And this is Gavel to Gavel, WCB WTV's complete coverage of Richmond City Council. Good evening once again. I'm Dick Harmon. Welcome to our second meeting of the month of October. Now, this is the only month that we have two meetings under the current plan. There's one meeting in November. That'll be on the 10th of November and one in December on the 8th of December. When the new year comes around, will they go back to two meetings every month? Will they go back to one? We won't know until probably November. We'll find out what's going to be happening. But tonight is meeting number 2. It's a very lengthy agenda. However, maybe not as lengthy as we think. 71 items. We have 42 on the consent agenda. We have 11 appointments and 15 reappointments. We have 3 on the regular agenda. So what we're going to do, when we go through the agenda tonight, we are not going to read every paper. We're going to go through the ones that are going to be heard tonight, and the others will give you the number, but then we'll just pass it by. So let's start off with item number 1, Ordinance 2014-93. That's being continued until December 8th. Item 2, Ordinance 2014-131. That is being continued till December 8th. Now, item 3, Ordinance 2014-189. This authorizes New Path Networks to encroach on the public right-of-way, and this is for their overhead and underground fiber cables, etc. That will stay on consent. Item 4, Ordinance 2014-198, authorizing the CAO to accept $20,000 from the 100 Club for the purpose of implementing the Pulse Point Respond and Pulse Point AED programs. That stays on consent agenda. Item 5, Ordinance 2014-199, continued till December 8th. Item 6, authorizing the CAO to accept $323,248 from VDOT for the purpose of funding construction of a roundabout at the intersection of Brooklyn Park Boulevard, Dill Avenue, 2nd Avenue, and Meadowbridge Road. Stays on consent. Item 7, Ordinance 2014-201, authorizing the CAO to accept $617,037 from VDOT, and that's for the purpose of funding construction of Segment 2 of the Virginia Capitol Trail. Item 8, Ordinance 2014-202, authorizing the CAO to accept $2,027,729 from VDOT, and that's for the purpose of funding the rehabilitation of the bridge carrying Midlothian Turnpike over Belt Boulevard. Very heavily trafficked area, so that stays on consent. Item 9, Ordinance 2014-203, is being continued till November 10th. Item 10, Ordinance 2014-205, being continued till December 8th. Item 11, Ordinance 2014-206, and that's changing a portion of public safety. Let's try to boil it down here. This is giving the use of the public safety building, a portion of that at 501 North 9th Street, so that city-owned real estate will be used as a shelter for homeless persons in the city of Richmond who will otherwise be exposed to extreme temperatures. So this is the weather shelter for the cold weather months, and that stays on consent. Item 12, abandoning the fire access easement located in the block bounded by North 5th, Interstate 95, Navy Hill Drive, and East Jackson Street, stays on the consent agenda. Item number 13, Ordinance 2014-208, continued till December 8th. Ordinance 2014-209, and this is transferring $50,000 from non-departmental agency Richmond Public Schools Education Foundation, and then it puts it to the non-departmental agency. This is basically for the purpose of funding Armstrong High School's Freshman Academy. It stays on consent. Item 15, Ordinance 2014-210, authorizing the CAO to accept $157,104 from the State Compensation Board for the purpose of increasing salaries and benefits of the Assistant Commonwealth Attorneys. Stays on consent. Item 16, Ordinance 2014-211, authorizing the CAO to accept $10,637 from the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice and to transfer $50,000 in matching funds for the fiscal year 2014-15 General Fund Judiciary Commonwealth Attorney account to appropriate the total amount to the fiscal year special fund budget by increasing estimated revenues. And what this is going to do, this is for the purpose of supporting the Victim Witness Program. That's $60,637. Stays on consent. Item 17, 2014-212. And this further specifies and clarifies intent of certain line items within the non-departmental agency. Item 18, ordinance 2014-213, accepting $106,970 from the Virginia Department of Social Services for the purpose of increasing services and supplementing existing services to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program employment and training participants. That stays on consent. Item 19. And this one we'll read because it's being moved to the regular agenda. This is ordinance 2014-214. This is transferring $1.750 million from a non-departmental agency for fund balance commitments and appropriated transferred funds to a new non-departmental agency line item for the purpose of making a grant to Virginia Performing Arts Foundation. This is being moved to the regular agenda because there's a possibility there might be even some more money available for that paper. So we want to make sure they get all those numbers up and then they'll vote on the paper. So item 20, ordinance 2014-215. And this is modifying the surcharge for wastewater produced by manufacturing classified in the North American Industry Classification System codes for beer and for cider. That stays on consent. Item 21, ordinance 2014-216, authorizing the CAO to execute a grant contract between the city and GRTC for the purpose of making a $350,000 grant to the GRTC to support the development of the Greater Richmond Transit Company's Broad Street Bus Rapid Transit System project. Stays on consent. Item 22, ordinance 2014-217, continued till December 8th. Item 23, 2014-218, and this one they're in a closed session now. This is paper is going to move to regular agenda. This authorizes the CAO to execute a Stone Brewery Company performance agreement. They want to go over all of that and just say everything straight, I's, dotted, T's, crossed, etc. So they're in a closed session right now. They'll be bringing that back out. The presentation will be made during the regular meeting. Item 24, ordinance 2014-219. This eliminates the requirement that appointments for the commission and board be made by resolution. That stays on consent. Items 25 and 26. These are imposing enhanced speeding penalties, and these are being continued till November 10th. Item 27, Resolution 2014-R158. This is being continued until the March 23rd, 2015 meeting. Item 28, and this is Resolution 2014-R180 being continued until December 8th. As is Item 29. Resolution 2014-R181, continued till December 8th. Item number 30, Resolution 2014-R184, being continued until November 10th. Item 31, Resolution 2014-R197, and this is concerning establishment of the Community Policy and Management Team for the purpose of modifying terms of office for the parent and private organization representatives. There's going to be an amendment made to this paper, and the hope is by the patron, Mr. Agelesto, that they can amend this and vote on it tonight because it is a resolution. So that will stay on consent, but that will be amended. Item 32, Resolution 2014-R198, to approve the Richmond Behavioral Health Authority's performance contract. That stays on consent. Item 33, Resolution 2014-R200, supporting a project to provide funding to construct buffered bicycle lanes on 1st Street between East Duval and East Canal, and on 2nd between East Duval and Spring Street, and that will stay on consent. Item 34, Resolution 2014-R201, supports the application for an allocation of $10 million through the Virginia Department of Transportation Revenue Sharing Program to provide maintenance and construction assistance to certain transportation projects. Stays on consent. Item 35. Resolution 2014 R202. Support a project to provide funding for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure improvements to the James River Branch rail property from North Hopkins Road to Bassett Avenue. Stays on consent. Item 36. Request the Virginia Department of Transportation to program the Congested Mitigation and Air Quality Project. Item 37. Resolution 2014-R204. Authorizing the CAO to submit an application jointly with the County of Henrico for the redesignation of the enterprise zone designated as Zone 3 until December 31st, 2022. Item 38, and this is Resolution 2014-R205. That's being continued until the 8th of December. Item 39, Resolution 2014-R206. This is removing the requirement that nominees for appointments to authorities, boards, and commissions be present when council considers their appointment, and removing the requirement that nominees be appointed by resolution. That's being moved to the regular agenda. Item 40, Resolution 2014-R207, requests the CAO to cause the Director of Procurement Services to implement an internal policy and procedure concerning a procurement forecast calendar. Stays on consent. Item 41, approving $1,430.25 for the 9th District to pay Sisters Delight LLC for catering services for 9th District meetings of April, May, June, and July. Stays on consent. Item 42, Resolution 2014-R209, that approves $765 for the 7th District to pay the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Community Facilities for the cost of a permit to use Jefferson Park for an anniversary event as a gift to the Capital Area Partnership Uplifting People. That stays on consent. Now, 43 all the way through, I believe it's 68. Those are all appointments, reappointments, so we'll just kind of bypass those right now because they were brought up at the very beginning of the meeting. Now let's go on to the regular agenda. Ordinance number 2014-R204, and that's authorizing the CAO to execute a stadium lease agreement between the city and Navigators Baseball. That's the parent company of the Flying Squirrels. That's going to be continued till our next meeting. Resolution 2014-156, item 70, and this is to support efforts by the Economic Development Authority to negotiate with desired intent to acquire properties. You can see them on your screen there: 103 Ambulance Street, 1601 East Grace, 1600 East Franklin, 1604 East Franklin, etc., for the purpose of developing one or more facilities for commercial enterprises in order to promote economic development in Shockoe Bottom. That will be heard tonight. Item 71, that item will be continued until our next meeting. So where do we stand on the numbers? Okay, we started out with 42 items on consent. 14 continued. None stricken, none withdrawn. 3 moved to the regular agenda. We end up with 25 items on consent. 11 appointments, 15 reappointments. They stay as they will be at the very beginning of the meeting. On the regular agenda, started with 3. One's continued, one's being amended and continued, and 3 are coming in from the consent agenda, so we'll now go to 4 items on the regular agenda. For our citizen comment period tonight, we have 7 speakers. One to speak on lack of enforcement by police and child protective services. One to talk about crime and Maggie L. Walker stamps. One concerns with city manners. One about the mobile home code enforcement. One concerning caravan concerns. One a report on the October 10th history program, and one on words of appreciation from members of council. And then I've just been handed the awards and presentations docket, and it looks like we're only going to have one here tonight. And that'll be the Partnership for Nonprofit Excellence Hands-On Greater Richmond program. They'll be officially recognizing and celebrating the Partnership for Nonprofit Excellent Hands-On Greater Richmond program for the service it provides to our community. To thank all the staff, partners, volunteers, and supporters for each of their efforts in helping. That one will be presented tonight. Other awards have been presented previously. So, there we are. It's going to be, who knows how long the meeting tonight. Some papers may be continued still. Some may be amended, continued. We'll just find out once we get started. They're in closed session right now to meet on two papers, and they'll be getting back to you shortly to get started with tonight's Richmond City Council meeting. Don't forget, just one meeting in November, November 10th, one meeting in December, December 8th. And then we'll find out whether we go back to 2 meetings a month in the next calendar year, or we stay with 1 a month. We'll just have to wait and see on that, too. But in the meantime, let's get ready for tonight's Richmond City Council meeting. We'll be getting started shortly. I'm Dick Harmon. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. It is almost 6:30 at this point. We like to start our meetings promptly at 6. However, we had a closed session to include two topics that took a little longer than expected. And again, I apologize for holding you all up. However, now that I do have a majority of council members on the dais and it's well past our start hour, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting of Richmond City Council to order. Is Reverend Dr. Thomas Simmons here? Reverend Simmons, would you mind coming on up, sir, please? Ladies and gentlemen, now that the meeting's come to order, I would ask that we have an invocation provided by Reverend Dr. Thomas S. Simmons of Quioccasin Baptist Church. And immediately after that, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Reverend Simmons.
Let us pray. Most gracious God, thank you for our coming together here today, and thank you for your goodness and mercy. Thank you for the city council members that you have made possible to govern this great city of Richmond. Now, as we go about doing the business set forth today for the needs of all our people, help us to keep you first in everything that we say and do. Bless all who are in authority with the proper knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, so that we may prosper under their leadership. Most of all, bound us together in a spirit of love which surpasses all things, and keep us in perfect peace. It is in your precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dr. Stevens. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go any further, we have a special order of business, and that is that Dr. Newbill is not with us in body tonight, but she's not only here in spirit, but thanks to telecommunications and voice. We'll need to have a motion to allow her to participate by telephone due to the fact that she's at another location accepting an award this evening. Is there such a motion?
So moved, Mr. President.
Ms. Graziano is making the motion. Mr. Bilal is properly seconded. Madam Clerk, would you please call, or is there any discussion by council? Madam Clerk, would you please call the question?
Yes, council is voting on the motion by Councilwoman Graziano, seconded by Mr. Bilal, to allow Councilwoman Newbill to participate in this formal meeting via phone. Mr. Bilal? Ms. Graziano? Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelesto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell? Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That motion has passed.
Welcome, Dr. Newbill. Can you hear us? Well, let's see if she can get her off hold first. Welcome, Dr. Newbill. Can you hear us okay? All right. And can everyone in the audience give me a nod of the head if you can hear Dr. Newbill? Dr. Newbill, can you say hello again, please?
Will you say again, Mr. President?
Madam Clerk, can you turn it up just a little, please? Dr. Newbill, can you say hello to the audience for me, please? Can the audience, I see heads nodding yes? Okay, very good. Thank you all. That being the case, welcome, Dr. Newbill. We're going to move on to the Citizen Emergency Evacuation Plan and Citizen Speaker's Guide. Sounds like Dr. Newbill may be stepping out of a crowded auditorium of some sort as we go through those rules of procedure. Madam Clerk?
Chamber evacuation announcement. Upon activation of the emergency alarm systems, all persons should immediately exit the building. Please use the exit to the left or right front of the council chamber, or the east or west stairwell outside the rear doors of the chamber. Do not use elevators or escalators. After exiting the building, proceed to the assembly area located in the parking lot bordered by Clay 8th and 9th Street. Citizens and employees should assist visually and hearing impaired visitors with exiting the building. Citizen Speakers Guideline. Citizen wishing to speak during public hearing and/or citizen comment period generally have 3 minutes to speak. Person appearing before council are not allowed to campaign for public office, promote private business venture, use language of a personal nature which insults or demeans any person, include statement directed at public officials or staff members that are not related to their official duties, or addressed or question staff members directly. All questions are to be directed to the President of Council. Failure to adhere to the guidelines may result in speakers forfeiting any remaining time and future disciplinary action as necessary, which could include barring from attendance at future meetings of City Council for a period of 6 months.
Mr. President, for the record, all members of council are in attendance this evening.
Thank you very much. Would you please read the appointments and reappointments, Madam Clerk?
Yes, appointments and reappointments for consideration this evening are as follows. And when I call your name, if you are present, would you please stand and or raise your hand? Item number 34, resolution number 2014-R165 to appoint William J. Egan to the Sister Cities Commission. Item 44, resolution number 2014-R210 to appoint Rebecca Aaron Sidner to the Commission of Architectural Review. Item 45, resolution number 2014-R211 to reappoint Lana Agostini to the Board of Directors of the Central Virginia Waste Management Authority. Item 46, resolution number 2014-R212 to reappoint Victoria W. Badger to the Technical Advisory Committee to the Richmond Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. Item 47, resolution number 2014-R213 to reappoint Sanford Bond to the Commission of Architectural Review. Item 48, resolution number 2014-R214 to appoint Travis Bridewell. It's Mr.
Bridewell,
okay,
over there.
To the Technical Advisory Committee to the Richmond Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. Item 49, resolution number 2014-R215 to reappoint Larry W. Brock to the Board of Building Code Appeals, General Division. Item 50, resolution number 2014-R216 to reappoint Patricia W. Cummings to the Sister Cities Commission. Item 51, resolution number 2014-R217 to reappoint Stephen J. Danish to the Board of Directors of the Richmond Behavioral Health Authority. Item 52, resolution number 2014-R218 to reappoint S. Brian Farmer to the Board of Trustees of the Richmond Retirement System. Item 53, resolution number 2014-R219 to appoint Catherine Farmer to the Urban Forestry Commission. Item 54, resolution number 2014-R220 to reappoint Margaret Henkel to the Board of Building Code Appeals Electrical Division. Item 55, resolution number 2014-R221 to reappoint Benjamin J. Lambert to the Richmond Public Library Board. Item 56, resolution number 2014-R222 to appoint Melanie Lee. Is Melanie Lee present? I'm sorry. That paper is actually being continued to later this evening to November the 10th. Item 57, resolution number 2014-R223 to reappoint Matthew H. Lee to the Urban Forestry Commission. Item 58, resolution number 2014-R224 to reappoint Andrea Levine to the Urban Design Committee. Item 59, resolution number 2014-R225 to appoint John P. Lindstrom to the Community Criminal Justice Board. Item 60, resolution number 2014-R226 to reappoint J. Stephen Lord Jr. to the Board of Directors of the Richmond Ambulance Authority. Item 61, resolution number 2014-R227 to appoint Jameson J. Mannion to the Career and Technical Education Commission. And it's my understanding his presence has been waived this evening by council. Item 62, resolution number 2014-R228 to appoint David Narrows to the Board of Trustees of the Richmond Retirement System. Mr. Narrows. Item 63, resolution number 2014-R229 to appoint Tia S. Red to the Advisory Board of Recreation and Parks. Item 64, resolution number 2014-R230 to reappoint Arcelius D. Redding to the Board of Directors of the Richmond Behavioral Health Authority. Item 65, resolution number 2014-R231 to reappoint Nicholas P. Valdrigi to the Audit Committee. Item 66, Resolution number 2014-R232 to appoint Jason Whitaker to the Aging and Disabilities Advisory Board. Item 67, Resolution number 2014-R233 to reappoint Michelle Whitehurst Cook to the Board of Directors of the Richmond Behavioral Health Authority. And item 68, Resolution number 2014-R234 to appoint Shannon A. Wilson Gonzalez to the Sister Cities Commission. Those are all of the appointment and reappointment papers for consideration this evening.
Thank you very much. And those of you who are volunteering your time and expertise and energy to a city board, commissioner, authority, we want to thank you all for doing that. After the vote is taken, Mr. Rawls, the gentleman in the bow tie waving his hand there, will escort you over to the clerk's office where he'll administer the oath of office. Thank you all again for your willingness to serve. Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in opposition or support of any of these appointees?
Good evening. My name is Silver Person, I'm a citizen of Richmond, Virginia. I'd like to speak in opposition to the appointment of the person who isn't here.
Mr. Mannion.
Mr. Mannion to the Career and Technical Education Commission. Your rules state that appointments for first-time appointments are supposed to be present here. Also, on tonight's agenda, you are proposing to get rid of that rule, I guess for the convenience of the appointments. But I think that's a mistake. I think there's a lot of value to having the appointees here. One, it shows them that this is a government meeting. They are being appointed directly by the council. It makes an impression that they have to come to this meeting to be appointed. These people, I prefer actually to have them stand up. So you allow them to raise their hand, but raising a hand is fine. But it's nice because, you know, this is the only opportunity I get to see many of these individuals appointed to these committees, commissions, boards, and authorities. These commissions, boards, and authorities offer policy recommendations to the council, and I think what this really is it's an assault on the public. And what I mean by that is that rich people like to avoid recognition or even being known. And if you're appointing rich individuals to commissions, boards, and authorities, these people don't want to be publicly recognized. They don't want their name in the record if they can avoid it. But you will still be considering appointments by resolution. But by not requiring them to be here, any comments made in opposition to the appointment of these individuals to boards, commissions, or authorities, that individual will no longer be here to defend their character against any negative comments. And the truth is, I seldom use this opportunity to comment on your appointments. I don't usually care. If I can find out that someone made a contribution to one of your campaigns, I would ask a member to abstain from voting on that appointment, just to not have the appearance of a conflict of interest. But this is the only time that the public gets to see these individuals, and these people are making recommendations. And for the same reason, I'm going to oppose this later on in the meeting, and I'll reiterate all these points. This individual who isn't here, they don't follow the rules. And Ms. Mosby, she is the person that's really pursuing this thing of not requiring individuals to be here. She's saying her appointments don't need to follow the rules. There's one appointment on here that was continued, presumably because they could not be here to attend the meeting. And that is the proper process. And this Mr. Mannion should also be continued until you pass this garbage resolution or a change of your rules or procedure to not require people to be here. But they should be here. Everyone should be here to remember that they're working for the people of Richmond and you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Persinger. Are there others in the audience tonight to wish to speak in opposition or support of these appointees?
Mr. President.
Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Mr. Balaus.
I just wanted to point out for the public that might be watching that we appreciate all of the service that these volunteers take the time and effort to help with city boards and commissions. And at any time, anybody that applies for a position has to submit an application, a resume, experience that's relevant to their board and commission, and it's readily available from the clerk's office. One of the reasons Ms. Mosby and Ms. Graziano are introducing the resolution tonight is it takes, 102 days to get somebody from application to serve on a board. We're trying to streamline that process, and anybody that wants to know anything about any of the people tonight or on any other boards and commissions, information is available through Ms. Capel and her staff, and I just wanted to let people know that. We're not trying to hide anything.
Thank you, Mr. Blouse. Other comments? All right. Bring it back. Oh, actually, I do have one thing. There's about 25 volunteers tonight being voted on. There's over 70 boards, commissions, authorities that City Council appoints representatives to help move our city forward. If anyone in the audience who's not one of the 25 that's here to actually become a volunteer wishes to apply, you can do so through our website or contact any one of us City Council people, and we'll be happy to walk you through the process. Thank you again for those who are willing to serve tonight. Madam Clerk, would you please call the question?
Council is voting on tonight's appointment and reappointment papers as read. Mr. Blouse?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby?
Aye.
Mr. Agelesto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
Those papers have been adopted.
Thank you, and thank you all again for your willingness to serve. If you would follow Mr. Rawls to the City Clerk's office, he will administer your oath of office. Madam Clerk, it's the best time of night. It's awards and presentations.
Yes, tonight's recognition being presented by 5th District Council Member Parker Agelesto recognizes the Partnership for Nonprofit Excellence's Hands-On Greater Richmond for its service to our community. Hands-On Greater Richmond is one of 250 action centers that help match those individuals, organizations, and businesses interested in donating time, talent, and treasure with worthwhile projects. It does this by enabling entities to register projects and potential volunteers to select among them. Hands-On Greater Richmond traces its beginnings to the 2005 creation of Active Richmond. In February 2007, Active Richmond merged with Hands-On Network, and later that year joined the Partnership for Nonprofit Excellence, an affiliation of 4 Virginia Capital Region nonprofits. Each year, Hands-On Greater Richmond assists more than 200 nonprofit entities and engages more than 7,000 volunteers. Since its creation, Hands-On Greater Richmond has assisted the facilitation of millions of dollars worth of volunteer work, supplies, and expertise on behalf of hundreds of community-driven projects across the Richmond metro area. The honorable members of Richmond City Council hereby recognize, honor, and celebrate the Partnership for Nonprofit Excellence's Hands-On Greater Richmond program for the service it provides to our community, and thanks all the staff, partners, volunteers, and supporters for each of their offerings in helping to make Richmond an even better place.
This is truly an award that I think very much of. When I was in high school, my parents did an Adopt-A-Spot, and my brother and I and my parents went out and we picked up litter and we did a lot of efforts to beautify our community. And we have an organization here in the city of Richmond that is truly organizing volunteers at the local level and on a much larger level, and that's Hands-On Greater Richmond. And through their volunteer community organizing, they have brought together resources that, frankly, augment the quality of life for everybody in our city. Hands-On Day was celebrated a couple weekends ago, and they had over 1,000 volunteers on a single day working throughout the city of Richmond. But I wanted to give special recognition because Hands-On has partnered with me in the 5th District for our monthly cleanups. And once a month between April and October, we get together. And this year, they supplied over 300 volunteers to help with this effort in the 5th District, with my cleanups alone, not counting all the other efforts that are being done through various other organizations. So we are very fortunate in the city of Richmond to have their community building and their commitment to bringing volunteers, whether it's into the schools or whether it's into the parks. And I thank Hands-On Greater Richmond for their support, and I look forward to many more continued relations. What I do challenge, however, is for my colleagues here on City Council, get to work with this organization. They are fantastic. We talk about needing to build capacity and bringing volunteers to bear. They can do it, and they have a model that makes it work. So I thank you, and if Jamie, if you want to say any words, we'll welcome to hear them.
President Samuels, Councilmember Parker Agelesto, and the City Council, thank you. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to share some of the amazing outcomes of this year's Hands-On Day. as well as the impact of Hands-On Greater Richmond throughout the Richmond area. This year's Hands-On Day, the Richmond Region's Volunteer Day of Service, inspired over 1,200 community members to create positive change in the cities, parks, schools, and all of our communities, supporting over 60 different nonprofit and community projects. A total of 4,800 hours of volunteer time, talent were packed into the morning of Saturday, October 18th. With a great mix of perfect Richmond fall weather, hard work, planning, you could see the impact from those 1,000 caring citizens move the region into a more beautiful and impactful place. Hands-On Greater Richmond is the region's volunteer action center. We work to inspire the network of passionate individuals, youth, businesses, and community organizations to create meaningful change in our community. While we are always proud of the outcome of Hands-On Day, volunteering does not occur just on one day of the year. As you all highlighted tonight in today's meeting, there are thousands of volunteers throughout the area doing multiple different volunteer opportunities, helping in many different ways. We work to connect volunteers to hundreds of nonprofits on a daily basis. We promote youth and family volunteer opportunities in hopes of inspiring the next generation. We train engaged leaders on best practices of volunteer management, and we connect local corporations and businesses to unique volunteer opportunities in hopes of creating a lasting impact. Whether it's City Council Member Agelasto's district cleanups, Council Member Belisle's support of the community arts, and Council Member Newbill's Better Block initiatives, there is endless potential and impact that Richmond volunteers can bring to these programs, the city, and the region. Hands-On Greater Richmond hopes to continue to partner with the council and the city on even larger initiatives and with greater impact, and find ourselves all at the center of change. Thank you.
Mr. President, that concludes our awards and presentations for this evening.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May we please do the agenda review and amendments?
The amendments for tonight's agenda are as follows. Item 1, ordinance number 2014-93 will be continued to December 8th council meeting. Item 2, ordinance number 2014-131 will also be continued to December 8th council meeting. Item 5, ordinance number 2014-199 be continued to December 8th council meeting. Item 9, ordinance number 2014-203 will be continued to November 10th council meeting. Item 10, ordinance number 2014-205 will be continued to December 8th council meeting. Item 13, ordinance number 2014-205 will be continued to December 8th council meeting. Item 19, ordinance number 2014-214 has been moved to the regular agenda. Item 22, ordinance number 2014-217 will be continued to December 8th council meeting. Item 23, ordinance number 2014-218 has been moved to the regular agenda. Item 25, resolution number 2014-R149, and item 26, resolution number 2014-R150 has been continued to November 10th council meeting. Item 27, resolution number 2014-R158 has been continued to March 23rd, 2015 council meeting. Item 28, resolution number 2014-R180, and ordinance number and item 29, resolution number 2014-R181, both has been continued to December 8th council meeting. Item 30, resolution 2014-R184 has been continued to November 10th council meeting. Item 31, resolution number 2014-R197 will be amended and voted on later on this evening. Item 38, resolution number 2014-R205 will be continued to December 8th council meeting. Item 39, resolution number 2014-206 has been moved to the regular agenda. Item 40, resolution number 2014-R207 be continued to December 8th council meeting, and that paper will also go back to the November 20th Governmental Operations Standing Committee. Item 56, resolution number 2014-R222, be continued to November 10th council meeting. Item 69, ordinance number 2014-204, will be amended and continue later on this evening to November 10th. Item 70, resolution number 2014-R156, will be continued to November 10th council meeting. Item 71, resolution number 2014-R199, will be continued to December 8th. Mr. President, those are all the amendments I have thus far.
Thank you very much. Any additional amendments by council members? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the question?
I need a motion to amend the agenda as read. Mr. Bliles, will you make that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Council has now voted on Councilman Bliles' motion to amend the agenda as read. Mr. Bliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby?
Aye.
Mr. Agilesto?
Aye.
Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuel?
Aye.
The amended agenda is before you.
Thank you very much. That being the case, may we please move on with the consent agenda?
Yes. The consent agenda items for this evening are as follows. Item 3, ordinance number 2014-189, to authorize NewPEC Network to encroach upon the public right-of-way with proposed overhead and underground fiber optic cables, guy wires, conduits, handhold, short-range cellular transmission role encroachments. Item 4, ordinance number 2014-198, to authorize the CAO to accept $20,000 from the 100 Club and appropriate the amount to the Department of Emergency Communication to implement the Pulse Point Response and Pulse Point AED program. Item 6, ordinance number 2014-200, to authorize the CAO to accept $320,248 from VDOT and appropriate the amount to the Department of Public Works T21 Safety Improvement Project for the construction of a roundabout at the intersection of Brooklyn Park Boulevard, Dill Avenue, 2nd Avenue, and Meadowbridge Road. Item 7, ordinance number 2014-201, to authorize the CAO to accept $617,037 from VDOT and appropriate the amount to the Department of Public Works Virginia Capitol Trail Phase 2 project for the construction of Segment 2 of the Virginia Capitol Trails. Item 8, ordinance number 2014-202, to authorize the CAO to accept $2,027,729 from VDOT and appropriate the amount to the Department of Public Works Midlothian Turnpike, US 60, Belt Boulevard Bridge Interchange Improvement, RSTP project for the rehabilitation of the bridge carrying Midlothian Turnpike over Belt Boulevard. Item 11, ordinance number 2014-206, to amend the ordinance which changed the use of the public safety building at 501 North 9th Street to be used as a shelter for homeless persons in the city, to expand the area within the building. Item 12, ordinance number 2014-207, to abandon the fire access easement in the block bounded by 5th Street, Interstate 95, Naval Hill Drive, and East Jackson Street. Item 14, ordinance number 2014-209, to amend the general fund budget for FY15 to transfer $50,000 from Richmond Public Schools Education Foundation Chimborazo IB program to fund the Armstrong High School Freshman Academy. Item 15, ordinance number 2014-210, to authorize the CAO to accept $157,104 from the State Compensation Board and to appropriate the amount to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office to increase the salary and benefit of the Assistant Commonwealth Attorneys. Item 16, ordinance number 2014-211, to authorize the CAO to accept $10,637 from the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services to transfer $50,000 from the Judiciary Commonwealth Attorney's account and appropriate the total amount of $60,637 to the Judiciary Agency's Victim Witness Special Funds for promoting the sensitive treatment of victims and the witness to crime, assisting victim witness in dealing with the criminal justice system, and increasing the number of successful prosecution by improving the efficiency of the criminal justice system. Item 17, ordinance number 2014-212, to amend the FY15 general fund budget for the purpose of further specifying and classifying the intent of certain line items within the non-departmental agencies. Item 18, ordinance number 2014-213, to amend the FY15 special fund budget to authorize the CAO to accept $106,970 from the Virginia Department of Social Services and to appropriate the amount to the Department of Economic and Community Development Center for Workforce Innovation, increasing services and supplementing existing services to a supplemental nutritious assistance program, employment and training participants. Item 20, ordinance number 2014-215, to amend City Code Section 106-531, Appendix A of Section 106-587E2 for the purpose of modifying the surcharge for wastewater products by manufacturing classified in the North American Industry Classification System codes 312120 for beer and 312130 for cider. Item 21, ordinance number 2014-216, to authorize the CAO to execute a grant contract between the city and GRTC to make a $35,000 grant to support the development of the GRTC's Broad Street Bus Rapid Transit System project. Item 24, ordinance number 2014-219, to amend the City Code Section 2-1027 and 2-1028 to eliminate the requirement that appointments to the Career and Technical Education Commission and the Advisory Board of Recreation and Parks be made by resolution. Item 32, resolution number 2014-R198, to approve the Richmond Behavioral Health Authority's performance contract. Item 33, resolution number 2014-R200, to support a project to construct buffered bicycle lanes on 1st and 2nd Streets, and to appropriate, and the city's application for $240,000 from the Federal Transportation Alternative Program. Item 34, resolution number 2014-R201, to support the application of $10 million through VDOT Revenue Sharing Program to provide maintenance and construction assistance to certain transportation projects. Item 34, resolution number 2014-R202, to support a project to provide funding for the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure improvement to the James River Branch Rail property, and the city's application for $360,000 from the Federal Transportation Alternative Program. Item 36, resolution number 2014-R203, to request VDOT to program the congestion mitigation and air quality project and to authorize the CAO to execute all the necessary agreement between the city and the Commonwealth of Virginia relating to said project. Item 37, resolution number 2014-R204, to authorize the CAO to submit an application jointly with the County of Henrico for the redesignation of the enterprise zone designated as Zone 3 until December 31st, 2022. Item 41, resolution number 2014-R208, to approve $1,430.25 from the Council District Fund to pay Sisters Delight LLC for the catering services provided at the 9th District meeting for the months of April, May, June, and July 2014. Item 42, resolution number 2014-R209, to approve $765 from the Council District Fund for the 7th District to pay for the cost of of the permit to use Jefferson Park for an anniversary event as a gift to Capital Area Partnership Uplifting People. Mr. President, that concludes the items on the consent agenda.
Not a small consent agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in opposition to any of these papers? Mr. Dorsey.
Greetings. Yeah, you can call me that, but as you know, lawfully and legally, I'm just one of the people, and I'm a man under the law, so if anybody's interested, they can just look up the definition of people in the United States Constitution and definition of man in Black's Law Dictionary, and they will see why I say that every time I come up to speak. I oppose everything on this consent agenda. But in particular, I will focus on the fact that a lot of these pieces of legislation authorize the chief administrative officer to take action, usually accepting lots of funds from various different sources. And my comprehension of the matter now is that there is no chief administrative officer. And I'm not sure how all of this stuff is going on. Am I mistaken in that? Is there a chief administrative officer? And if so, my apologies. Also, I would like to oppose, let's see, the ordinance 2014-213, and that's because I oppose giving any money to the Department of Social Services, which seems to be proven even on the government-controlled media to be involved in like a child abuse ring. I certainly oppose number 15, 2014-210, to give the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office more compensation for their job. And I'll be very brief because I have had a number of contacts, as many of you know, with the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. And most recently, I gave a lawful order to a number of individuals at the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office for the violations of the law that a number of you all carried out against me that was caught on video camera, and there were 4 separate and obvious crimes, and there were additional crimes that weren't plain and caught on camera for all to see. But I really don't think that any of these government officials for the city, state, or federal government deserve any sort of additional compensation because they're not doing their job. And again, their job is to uphold the law. And when there's a clear violation of the law, then they have to do something about it. And they're covering up crimes, as is Victoria Pearson and the rest of the Richmond police, as you are, Charles.
Dorsey.
And yeah, I'm done. So don't address me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Magruder.
Good evening. My name is Montague Magruder. I'm speaking on item number 21 because I thought there was no money. Last year, around this time last year, there were a bunch of people, disabled folks, elderly, that came down here asking this council not to raise fares on the caravan service. That happened. There was a promise that this council would also go ahead and try to find the money that was needed to close GRTC's budget gap so that the fares could be kept at $2.50, and that did not happen. But yet, all of a sudden, now we have $350,000 to prioritize the construction of the Broad Street Rapid Transit Project. I thought, the purpose of the government was to make sure that all core services are taken care of first. One of those core services is making sure that our most vulnerable citizens, are disabled and our elderly, are able to get to and from their doctor's appointments or whatnot in an affordable fashion. But instead, we decided to go ahead and prioritize the construction of a bus line that is intended to serve an isolated part of Henrico County, which has not shown any kind of interest in public transit in the first place. This is an example, yet again, of the city misplacing its priorities, taking the position of the people who want all these things handed to them, instead of taking the position of the people who need the core services. I mean, this council has been prepared to pull $1.7 million from the rainy day fund to make sure that a for-profit corporation could pay their tax bill. But yet, when the disabled and elderly came down here around this time last year asking y'all not to raise fares on the caravan service, that wasn't thought about. That just magically escaped everybody's minds. If we are going to be serious about anything related to public transit, first we need to make sure that all the GRTC's core services, including the caravan, including regular bus service, are fully funded. Secondly, and make sure that all the GRTC and Transit Study Task Force recommendations are implemented. I see there's a lot of feet dragging behind that. And finally, when it comes to the next budget session, when everybody starts working on the budget again, let's find a dedicated funding source so that we don't have to worry about these problems with public transit again, and make sure that the counties are willing to reciprocate coming up with a dedicated funding source so that we're not the only ones doing this alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Magruder. Mr. Persinger.
My name is Silver Persinger. I'm a citizen of Richmond, Virginia. I'm speaking in opposition to item number 24, patroned by Graziano and Mosby, to amend and reordain the city code concerning the Career and Technical Education Commission and the Advisory Board of Recreation and Parks, respectively, for the purpose. And I object to how the clerk read this paper. She didn't even read the brief summary on here, and she totally eliminated the real meat of this paper. But the purpose is to eliminate the requirement that appointments to the commission and the board be made by resolution. So members of the Career and Technical Education Commission and the Board of Recreation and Parks will no longer be required to be appointed by council resolution. As you said earlier, you have 70 boards, commissions, and authorities, over 70 boards, commissions, and authorities. Every single one of those requires a council resolution to appoint a member. Now, why would you not want to do that? Now, you might want to do that if you just want to appoint your friends, cronies, not have any public accountability. You might want to do it then. I love how council members, even patron paper, don't even listen to my comments. However, you know, they can be disrespectful because this is disrespectful to all the citizens of the city. And, you know, appointments to commission boards and authorities, nobody ever comments on them. I didn't comment on one last time for John, whatever his name is, appointed to Sister Cities Commission. He didn't even completely fill out his application. Mr. Palau says, "Oh, you can see their application." He left 2 or 3 questions blank on his application, and you know, I heard of a bad experience with him as a consultant, the way he treated a female coworker. I wanted to bring that up, but in order to spare Mr. Sarvey any embarrassment, I did not bring it up. But this forum, this opportunity for the public to comment on your appointees that define policy, that is part of public accountability. That is the democratic process, and you are seeking to undermine that, Mrs. Graziano and Ms. Mosby. You should be ashamed of yourselves, and later on in the meeting, on the regular agenda, you're going to seek to require that the appointees not even come to the meeting. So there goes even more accountability of getting a face with a name, of allowing the people in the chambers to identify the individual and share any negative comments they have about that individual with the public. This is not transparent government. This is protecting cronies. Note 24. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Persinger. Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in support of any of these papers? All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back for council discussion. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Council is now voting on the consent agenda items as read. Mr. Blouse?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby? Ms. Gillesto? Aye. Mr. Hilbert?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
The consent agenda has been adopted.
I thank you very much, Madam Clerk. With your permission, I'd very much like to move on to public comment at this point.
Certainly. The first speaker is James Giddings.
Mr. Giddings? James Giddings?
James Giddings.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Melvin Jones.
I believe Mr. Jones canceled, did he not? Ah, Mr. Jones. It was Mr. Bradley that canceled. My apologies, sir.
That's okay. Good afternoon, City Council members. I guess back in August, we had a public safety meeting here in City Council chambers before y'all went on vacation. Myself and the police chief sat back there. Major Walker was right behind him, and we saw eye to eye, and he told me he was going to do something. You know, at this point, I'm asking City Council to ask the police chief to resign. Because in my neighborhood, I got drug dealing in front of my damn house. I call the police. They don't come. And I'm going to tell you something. If anything happened to me, it's on y'all. Because I've been down here several times and told you about it. Several times. Mr. Samuels, look at me, man. Look at me. Because you got a son, and if you want your son to come out your house, you ain't got to worry about it. But if they want to deal drugs, let them go down there and, what is it called, on Curry Street. Let them go down there and deal the drugs. But y'all need to come over there on my side of the neighborhood and do something. I'm tired of it. And I've called Mr. Hilberg. I understand he got problems too. But Ms. Trammell, you saw I was in this chamber talking to the police chief. He lied to me. And I'm not going to have nobody lying to me. I'm going to the Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and get them to do something. I'm tired of it. I know we short police officers. I've talked to police officers in the city of Richmond, and they said they leaving and going to damn Hanover and going to Ashland. I mean, come on now, y'all. We got to do something. Y'all think it's a joke. But I'm telling you, if anything happened to me, it's on y'all. And this daggone witness protection program, you better put my butt in it because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Every day I got to come, just like when I came down here to City Council, they're sitting at the daggone bus stop at Fendall and North Avenue selling drugs. And you're talking about bringing a beer brewery here. You ought to bring a drug factory here. I mean, it's nothing to joke about, y'all. I'm dead serious about it. You need to go and do something. And Mr. Samuels, you don't have it in your neighborhood. And, I'm proud that you don't, brother. But, and I'm glad to know all of y'all. But y'all think it's a joke. And the city attorney need to get off his ass and help the police officers. I'm serious. Y'all need to do something. The mayor, he can go hire all these lawyers and stuff. Come on, Ms. Trammell. Come on, help me out now. You know I'm telling the truth.
Melvin, I know you're telling the truth, okay? I know.
Mr. Jones, Ms. Trammell, I'm going to let you speak in just a second. I just wanted you to know that you have a few seconds left. Did you want to speak about the Maggie Walker stamp also? You had signed up to speak on Tuesday.
No, I'm concerned about my neighbors. I've got neighbors that retired, work for the city, state, and live in the neighborhoods. People 70 and something. And Mr. Samuels, let me tell you this real quick. I know I don't have much time. But I've talked to gentlemen and people saying, well, Mr. Jones, did you hear the gunshot the other night? You can see a house that's 37. When I called communications, they said, Mr. Jones, you're telling us the truth. It's not a house in between with 3712 and 3716. You can see the daggone bullet holes on the side of the house. And my neighbor said to me, not my neighbor, but a neighbor said to me, well, I'm just used to it. I'm not used to it. And my family's not going to be jeopardized to it. Mr. Samuels, you got to do something.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I know I want to give Mr. Trammell a chance to speak. I also want to explain, when you told me to look at you, the reason I was taking notes on what you were saying, which is what I do for every city council public speaker that comes down, so I have an understanding and I can refresh my memory in the future about what they've said. Ms. Trammell?
Thank you, Mr. President. Melvin, my public safety meeting is tomorrow at 5 o'clock here. If you want to come here, I'll see if I can get the chief here. And I think the person that spoke to you was Major Steve Drew. And I have spoken with Major Steve Drew, and he said that they had been working in the area. And I know that it's not enough. I know in my neighborhood, I know in the Jefferson Davis corridor, it is everywhere. Everywhere. It's over there on Gordon Avenue.
No, it ain't everywhere.
Yes,
They ain't got it in Winslow Farm. Let them go down River Road and sell drugs.
It's in the poor neighborhoods like you and I.
Down the River Road and sell
I don't
drugs.
really think we need to get into a conversation about it. Mr. Jones, in addition, Kimberly Kyle is in the back corner there. She's with the mayor's office. If you'd like to speak with her, the mayor and the chief administrative officer, technically, is the ones that appoint the police chief, Mr. Jones.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
We got to understand that these citizens that come here, that take their time to come here to speak to us, they are upset when they have to come here over and over and over. Like the lady that keeps coming here about her trees in our front yard. Mm-hmm. That's not, been taken care of. And it's not fair. They are seniors. They're not in their 20s and 30s. These people are in their 60s and 70s, 80s. They're homeowners. And then they reach out to us, and it's like, we send them back there to go talk to so-and-so. Then they go back here. Then they come back 2 weeks or 2 months later, and it's still the same problem. I know Mr. Jones and Chris, I know that you've sat in on the public safety meetings when you're my vice chair, and you've heard him and others that have basically stood there and cried because they're crying out for help. And people asking me now, are the judges in the city of Richmond being too easy on the criminals? I don't have that answer. And then they're asking, and we're now going to give the Commonwealth Attorney more money. Is he being too easy? I don't know. I don't have that answer.
Thank you, Mr. Trammell. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Donald Hatcher.
Mr. Hatcher.
Donald Hatcher.
I don't see him either. All right, next speaker.
Next is Phil Story.
Thank you, President Samuels. Honorable council members, my name is Phil Story. I'm an attorney with the Legal Aid Justice Center here in Richmond. We represent many of the homeowner residents of Rudd's Trailer Park on Jeff Davis Highway. We're also members of the Mobile Home Parks Coalition, and some other members of the coalition are here with me this evening. We've been in touch with members of the Standing Committee on Land Use, Housing, and Transportation in the past, and with Councilwoman Reva Trammell. But this evening we want to give an update to the entire City Council about the ongoing crisis at Rudd's and the city's stated plans to take similar actions very soon at other mobile home parks in Richmond. As City Council surely knows, early this year, the city's Code Enforcement Office began an enforcement campaign at Richmond's mobile home parks, beginning with Rudd's. We share the inspector's concerns for the safety of the families and individuals living in Rudd's and other mobile home parks. But without a more holistic approach, the enforcement campaign puts hundreds of vulnerable families, our neighbors, at risk of losing the only housing they can afford. Displacing so many families with very few options, one of which is homelessness, would put huge strains on nonprofit service providers and on the resources of the city itself. In addition to direct costs, we believe the ripple effects would at least mean incremental cost increases for policing, emergency medical and other public health services, school services, including McKinney-Vento obligations, child protective and adult protective services, child support enforcement, and many other services. It must be more cost-effective for the city to help the families stay in their homes and address safety issues in place rather than shutting down these communities. To help achieve a positive outcome, a remarkable coalition of nearly 20 nonprofits from the area have been engaging with residents of Rudd's, with the park's owner, and with the city's code enforcement and other offices. We've developed a work plan for addressing the code violations at Rudd's and have received support from some local businesses, individuals, and civic groups. Our coalition is also working toward a positive long-term solution that would transform Rudd's into affordable, sustainable, and permanent housing for its residents. Our coalition includes community development corporations that have those capabilities, and we have a model right up the road in Charlottesville where a mobile home park was purchased and transformed by Habitat for Humanity into affordable, permanent housing. But what we need to do right now is stabilize the situation at Rudd's. Code enforcement has been flexible with us till now, but to avoid a wave of condemnations and displaced families, we need more concrete support from the city. Number one, we need funding to help with costs of building materials and project management for nearly 100 homes in Rudd's. All of the labor and expertise for this work will be provided by volunteers. In all, our coalition and volunteers are dedicating thousands of hours to this project, but we need funding from the city. We have an immediate need for $25,000 to access a matching grant. We need additional funding of around $200,000 in the next few months, and there's no reason why federal funds can't be used for that. Number two, we need a commitment from the city to work toward a positive solution to these issues, and that means a pause in enforcement actions at other mobile home parks until there are plans in place for a positive outcome there as well. We thank the City Council for its attention to our neighbors at Rudd's and look forward to concrete progress in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michelle Bowling-Carey.
Ms. Bowling-Carey.
I was given 3 minutes, so it might be a little fast. But President Samuels and City Council, I'm speaking today to address a concern that affects me and others who are disabled. Disability can afflict anyone. Being disabled carries with it a burden that those with disabilities do not face. And if one's disabled and poor, those difficulties increase. According to citydata.com, Richmond has a higher poverty rate and disability rate than that of the state of Virginia as a whole. Those who are disabled and live below the poverty level, such as myself, deserve a chance to have a better life. A disability and or poverty within itself should not be the reason why a person cannot have the choice to lead a more enriched life. Those with financial means have a greater variety of options when it comes to transportation, housing, and daily necessities. Those without the ample monetary availability have often very limited options, and this often hinders the access of opportunities. To help alleviate some of the transportation barriers that could otherwise inhibit freedom unnecessarily, GRTC has a caravan. Many disabled individuals use the caravan as a primary mode of transport to appointments, events, church, places of commerce, and other locales. Often, this is the main option for those with disabilities. One of the things that inhibits opportunity access is a lack of transportation. Often, some of these opportunities exist in Henrico. I wanted to make an appointment to an event by NAMI. It was update on mental health issues in Virginia. This event started at 7 p.m. I believed I would miss most of the presentation because the last pickup is at 7:30. This is only an instance where attending an informative presentation was partially hindered due to transportation barriers. Unfortunately, I'm not the only one that is affected. This becomes an inhibitory factor to those disabled who want to use the caravans for places such as church, visiting families and friends, and informative events that occur after 8 p.m. I was somewhat perturbed to find out that Henrico residents are able to ride the caravan in Richmond till 11 p.m. As aforementioned, Richmond has a greater population of those in poverty. One of the greatest methods of extricating oneself from the bondage of poverty is knowledge. I did not go to the presentation due to time limitation, and there are other opportunities available in Henrico that would not be accessible to myself and those who are Richmond residents. I truly believe for the sake of equity and the general needs that those in Richmond have compared to the needs of those in Henrico County, allowing Richmond residents to use the caravan until 11 p.m. would be beneficial to the overall growth of those in Richmond and indirectly other communities. When I looked at the statistics for those who are disabled in Richmond versus those that are disabled in Henrico, in every category of disability, Richmond has more individuals that are disabled, although there's a greater population of people in Henrico County. I believe that one who is disabled already has limitations on their lives. When GRTC decided to prohibit those who live in Richmond who are more likely to be impoverished in Henrico after 8 p.m. utilizing the caravan, they added to the disabled individual one more issue that those with a disability have to deal with unnecessarily. These barriers make it hard to get access to opportunities that could lessen the pain that disability so often causes. I hope that GRTC caravan will lift this barrier and help increase the growth of those in Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bowling-Carey. We appreciate that.
The next speaker is Anna Edwards.
Hi, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you. Good evening, President Samuels and Vice President Robertson and the members of City Council. On October 10, 2014, the Sacred Ground Historical Reclamation Project presented the 12th annual Gabriel Forum, also known as an annual commemoration for the attempted self-liberation event known as Gabriel's Rebellion, and of the discovery and efforts to reclaim Richmond's African burial ground. It was once referred to by someone, and perhaps it was the city's cartographer, Richard Young, as the burial ground for Negroes on one copy of an 1809 planning map. I raise that because I'd also like to say that in 2004, I was once a presenter at the Richmond Midnight Basketball Cultural Course, where we talked to young men who were between the ages of 18 and 24 about the story of Gabriel's rebellion. And the reason is because Gabriel is one of those figures who didn't get that much play, not certainly in our classrooms. He's beginning to now. But what was important about him was that he was a 24-year-old young man who recognized the dynamics in which he lived and then plotted a course of action as a result of that. And when we talked to these young men who were of this particular age group and who were trying to recover their lives from the systemic poverty and the problems that that causes and creates for people who have to make choices as they grow up in these dynamics, we found that after a while, they identified with him and what we were trying to say. And through that story, we were able to talk about the circumstances that were present at that time. And at that time, our country was getting ready to invade the country of Iraq. And at that time, gas prices were rising at an astronomical level. And suddenly, by talking about one person being able to understand the situation in which they lived and being able to connect it to the contemporary events of their lives, they were able to recognize themselves as residents and citizens in a city. They were able to take ownership of who they were in relation to this city and understand that they might actually have a role to play and actually have some power. Part of the problem, I think, with today's poverty, and with poverty historically, is that the population feels chronically oppressed, marginalized, and unempowered, unable to affect their situation, unable to change the dynamics in which they live. Every year when we celebrate and commemorate the story of Gabriel's rebellion, we are also extrapolating that story out so that we recognize the dynamics that we live in today. We connect the struggle to reclaim the African burial ground and to protect Shako Bottom from destruction of the knowledge that we have yet to gain from it. We have so much there that can be so valuable to all Richmonders. We start from the perspective of the African American community because it is that community that is representative of the most oppression in this community, but it is the community that also, through its struggle throughout the history of Richmond, has taken us forward. And so I hope that we can all acknowledge that, and I hope that we recognize that we preserve this area, but the next step is to make sure that we have an open public engagement process that will carry us forward through economic development, through education in particular, and through our community's empowerment. Thank you.
Amos Edwards. Next speaker, please.
Our final speaker for today is Keith Andes.
Good evening. Forgive me if I'm looking down at my notes, but I have a lot of people to thank. I'd rather look at your beautiful faces, but give me a moment. My name is Keith Andes, President of Richmond Professional Firefighters Association. President Samuels, Vice President Robertson, and members of the City Council. I'm honored to stand before you as always. Tonight we come before you for two reasons. The first is to thank this body of government and the taxpayers of Richmond for the bonus that firefighters received. We will never take the citizens for granted, as we know they will never take us for granted. While the bonus is not the answer to a fully funded fire and police pay step plan, it is still the citizens' hard-earned tax dollars, and we thank them as always. The second reason we come before you tonight is to update you on our muscular dystrophy campaign in July. This council was so gracious to give a proclamation to MDA, the MDA families and their loved ones who are living with muscular dystrophy. Our annual Fill the Boot campaign that culminates on Labor Day weekend was a huge success. Before we announce the total, we have to thank those who helped with this achievement, our MDA ambassadors and their families who give the inspiration to us. With what they're dealing with, they always have a smile on their face and always are the first to say thank you. To our MDA regional rep, Danette Hodges, who is in the back, a big thank you for working with us and keeping us with the necessary tools to have a successful collection season. To EVB Bank, employees in Mechanicsville for counting all our loose change. To the VCU Pep Band under the direction of our own Ryan Capacci. James Center Plaza for having our first annual kickoff. The Richmond Mounted Police Patrol, Richmond Ambulance Service, and Councilman Angelasto for attending that. To our department co-coordinators, Chief Warren Kersley, who recently celebrated his 40th year in the fire service. His example in leadership and professionalism that he displays each and every day inside and outside the department made us stay focused on the goal. To firefighter Nate Euler, who is the example of our next generation of leadership, continued to lead by example. To the citizens of RVA, we could not have completed our goal and then some without your generosity. Thank you. And finally, to my brothers and sisters of the Richmond Fire Department, you were always there to answer any emergency, and you were there big time for the Muscular Dystrophy Association this year. As always, you make me proud. Without further delay, we, the Richmond Fire Department, collected, with the help of the citizens of Richmond, $140,000, $382.81. This money will stay in this area to be used in this area. We were the 13th ranked department in collections this year in the nation, a proud fact. Thanks again to all who donated. RVA should be very proud of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to suspend the rules of council for a moment for a round of applause. All right, and Madam Clerk, I believe that ends our speakers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
May we please move to the regular agenda?
Yes. Starting with item number 19, which is ordinance number 2014-214, to amend the FY15 general fund budget to transfer $1,750,000 from the non-departmental agency line item for fund balance commitments and appropriate the funds to a new non-departmental agency line item to make a grant to Virginia Performing Arts Foundation pursuant to City Charter Section 2.02G. That paper is before you.
All right. As always is the case, the patron of the paper or a representative of the patron is entitled to give an overview of what this paper entails. Mr. Neely, I would assume you've been tapped for that responsibility?
I have, yes, sir. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Grant Neely, Chief of Staff in the Mayor's Office. I'm joined tonight by representatives of the Virginia Performing Arts Foundation and RPAC. John Bates is Secretary. Tom Farrell is Chair. C.T. Hill is a board member and Chair of the Building Committee and the Operations Committee, I believe. Therese Evans is CFO of the Virginia Performing Arts Foundation, which is also known as the Center Stage Foundation. She's the volunteer treasurer of RPAC, as well as the Richmond Performing Arts Corporation. She's done this on a volunteer basis for 10 years. Dolly Vogt with SMG, the firm that manages the Coliseum, the Carpenter Theater, the Altria, and lots of other cool properties around town. And I'm Grant Neely.
Mary Ellen Stuff.
Mary Ellen Stuff, who is also a board member.
Interim executive director.
Interim, yes. Great. We have talked about this issue at the Finance Committee last week and today at the informal session. This paper proposes to do essentially a paper transaction, and it's to address a problem that's arisen that threatens the financial viability of two of Richmond's most important public facilities, Carpenter Theater and the Altria Theater. 10 years ago, these theaters were in disrepair. We all remember what that was like. I remember when I graduated from high school at the mosque, the landmark, the tiles were falling down, there were leaks everywhere, there were holes in the roof. But the city could not afford, and that was more than 10 years ago, but the problem built up. The city could not afford the cost of rehabilitating the theaters on its own. So what happened was the city got together with RPAC and the Center Stage Foundation and put up limited funds, about $29 million, and together we were able to leverage an additional $80 million to renovate the theaters. Since RPAC took over control of the theaters, they've generated about $4.4 million in admission taxes alone, not to mention considerable economic development. It's been possible because RPAC was able to access tax credits to make it possible. But the federal tax credit program requires that the entity receiving the tax credits has to be a for-profit entity. It's easy to see why. The city doesn't pay taxes, so tax credits are not valuable to it, so it's not able to access them. A for-profit entity can do that. RPAC is a for-profit entity that exists exclusively to make it possible to access these credits and therefore to renovate the theaters. But this provision in the law has resulted in the assessor taxing the properties, but many years after the project began. For the Carpenter Theater, for example, it received a bill 3 weeks ago, or 5 years after it opened. For the Altria Theater, it received a bill 2 years after it was leased to RPAC. Well, the city didn't expect to receive taxes from these theaters because the city still owns the buildings, and RPAC and the Performing Arts Foundation did not expect to pay the taxes. As a result, the theaters cannot operate with this added tax load without either dramatically increasing the ticket prices or the rents that they charge to the performing arts organizations that perform in the theaters. In the Carpenter Theater, that's the Richmond Ballet, the Virginia Opera, and the Richmond Symphony. The theaters are owned by the city and the EDA. They're open to the public, just as before, and none of that has changed. The only difference is in this provision that has led to the tax bill being forwarded to the theaters. Since this tax was unexpected and on both sides, and since the rehabilitation would not have been possible without the cooperation between the city and RPAC, this grant that we're proposing would go to the Virginia Performing Arts Foundation, which would then immediately return the money to the city to cover the tax bill. The money comes from the Revenue Stabilization Fund in the committed section of the fund balance. It's important to know that the RPAC has no employees. It has a volunteer board. And that's it. This provision, this grant, is one piece of a three-step solution. The first is a grant to cover the taxes that have been levied already, and as well as the anticipated payments through June of next year. Secondly, the foundation is considering seeking an opinion of the Attorney General to clarify the issue. And then the third step, the longer-term step, would be to go to the General Assembly in January and work to change the law to make it clear that for organizations that are in this unique situation that they would not be expected to pay the tax. This paper is for a grant of $1.75 million, which would then be immediately returned back to the city. There was some discussion earlier this afternoon about the number, whether it should be 1.75 as estimated here or 1.9 as the had been discussed over the weekend. I believe the board is prepared to say that they are happy to go with the 1.75 that we've discussed. Honestly, if the bill comes in higher, the risk is on them. That's the situation in a nutshell, and I'm quite sure the members of the board, the volunteer staff, will be happy to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of council that have any questions of the RPAC board, the other folks that are up here? Mr. Neely.
Mr. President.
Mr. Hilbert.
Thank you. Can I have a public pledge this evening that there will be no appeal process for this if this comes in higher from the assessor, that you will not appeal that assessment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Other questions? Mr. Bilal? Mr. Bilal?
Mr. Neely, how is, assuming the decision doesn't go in favor of RPAC from the Attorney General, how do we address after June paying real estate taxes?
After June of next year. I think that is all the more reason for us to go together as a united front. The administration, the council, and especially the board to go to the General Assembly and make sure that that's not an issue.
But if it is, I'm never going to try and predict what comes out of the legislature. Will we work on a plan just in case?
We will work on a plan, but I think for tonight it's important to address this issue.
No, I understand about tonight. I'm just looking going forward.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you otherwise. But yeah, we will work together absolutely as a council, as an administration, as the not-for-profit to work this out.
I'm sorry, Mr. Aguilar. I thought Vice President Robertson had wanted to ask a question. All right.
Council President, thank you. We first had the conversation about this Thursday at our Finance Committee meeting. It got introduced just 2 weeks ago, and that doesn't give council very much time to deliberate and determine what is happening. And I think many of us have spent some time trying to meet with members of RPAC and to better understand what's going on and to outline the short-term goals, but also the long-term goals. These buildings are being renovated for a very long, viable future, but we need to make sure that the partnership that the city has with RPAC, that we know where we're going with it. And I think the challenge that we have right now is being asked to deliberate on this issue currently without a certainty on how the issue will be addressed in the future. So when you don't know how the issue will be addressed in the future, you have to go to your past. And there was an issue similar to this where tax credits were issued for the Maggie Walker Governor's School. And those tax credits, when they created it, it also put them in a leasehold environment where they owed taxes to the city of Richmond. That was in 2004. This was prior to the arrangements with RPAC. So at the time, I would think all parties were pretty aware of the existing law and what requirements were be held of them. And at the time with Maggie Walker, the city and the other partnering jurisdictions ended up paying the tax bill for Maggie Walker. So in some regards, there's precedent here. But at the same time, this is only the city that would have the responsibility and not a shared responsibility with local jurisdictions. I would ask that council continue this paper for 2 weeks so that we can continue to work with RPAC to better determine kind of the short-term and long-term on this. I understand that there is a sense of urgency, and I don't think anybody here is trying to act too hastily, but we will act in accordance with what needs to be done in the best interest of the city of Richmond and the public to help support these two public theaters. So I make a motion that we continue this for 2 weeks.
All right. Mr. Agilas has made a motion to continue for 2 weeks. Is there a second?
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
Could I ask a question before we vote on that?
Well, we don't have to vote on it unless there's a second.
Before somebody...
If there's no second, then we just move on. If there is a second, then we have to vote.
Can I just ask what happens if we do not pass this paper tonight?
Yes.
Tax bill is due.
I'm sorry?
Pardon me, ma'am. The tax bill is due. It's overdue, according to the city assessor. So it's necessary for us to have the funds. Of course, the city owns the buildings. City-owned buildings. As I understand the paper, excuse me, my name's Tom Farrell. I'm the chairman of the RPAC board. City funds would be set aside, paid to us. We will then immediately return them to the city. So there's no loss of funding for the city. The city will get the funds back into presumably into the rainy day fund, just where they came from.
Excuse me, Mr. President. My name is John Bates, and I just want to amplify one thing that Mr. Farrell said. We're also getting close scrutiny from the tax credit investors who are uneasy about the fact that there's this significant issue. It needs to get resolved so they can continue to fund the construction costs that are accruing. So there is some immediacy to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. All right, I'm still looking for a second on Mr. Agelasto's motion. Mr. Agelasto, I don't hear a second. Oh, Ms. Graziano?
Yeah, I'll wait to finish that.
All right. There's no second. The motion does not go forward. Is there other, now that you all have had a chance to present and we've had an opportunity to ask you some questions, I'll continue that with Ms. Graziano, then we're going to have to go to public comment.
I did have a follow-up question on just maybe you can, but a little more explanation on the implication on the tax credits if you have this debt in front of you.
It jeopardizes the rest of the tax credits being paid, which are a significant portion. Just think about the what is now the Altria Theater. It's a little bit over $60 million renovation for a city-owned building in which the city is putting in $14 million. The rest has been raised from private fundraising. I think that totaled about 12. It's now up to $18 million. It started out at 12, and the balance is being paid with the tax credits. Construction is nearly complete, and there are large bills now due. We need the tax credit funds to pay the bills.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
If I could ask a question of, I'm not sure if Mr. Farrell or Hill or Mr. Neely, Mr. Bates. The property that RPAC controls on Broad Street is worth $2.3 million. And yet, I know originally that was part of the plan to put a symphony hall there.
Talking about the front?
Yes, sir, on Broad Street. No.
I just want to make sure I knew.
On Broad between 6th and 7th. And I'm wondering if the city could achieve some level of comfort using that land as collateral in some way or shape, given that the RPAC or the Carpenter Theater opened 5 years ago, and clearly if we're having troubles now, any planned use of that property is quite a far distance away, and maybe the city can use that for some other type of development that would complement downtown in the future.
I'll answer that because I'm directly involved in dealing with the front lot. We call it the front lot. In the development agreement between the city and RPAC and the foundation, it provided that there would be a 5-year window to figure out what to do with the front lot. That 5-year window is up about now. The administration has agreed with the foundation on an interim use as a skating rink and parking lot, which is what it's currently being used for. Obviously, nobody believes that's the highest and best use long term. We have formed a task force, we meaning the city and the foundation, have formed a task force, Jane Farrar is a member of it, to push for development of that property. We have run into the recession. We have run into issues with the desirability of development on that section of Broad Street. We have not made the progress that we would like to make. The market is telling us that this is not the right time to develop that property, that we need to continue this interim use for a while. My point is we are intimately involved with the city administration regularly trying to figure out what to do with that. It's in everybody's interest to get that property revenue producing as soon as possible. Oh, as to your question about collateral, since this money is only going to be outstanding for an instant in time, I don't know that we need to provide collateral. It's going to be a check swap, and we would just incur transaction costs if we tried to do something else.
All right.
Council President?
Yes, sir.
If I may, just to piggyback on Councilman Belial's point, the ordinance in reference is 2007-235, and it does say if within 5 years, and I'll just jump forward, it says the city may require the foundation to sell the northern portion of its fair market value and contribute the proceeds of such sale to the foundation's endowment, providing support for the project. And it's one of those where we are hearing you, we need support for the project. And I think council, in its effort, is very much looking to become a tool to support the project. But how do we support it, and where can we move the project forward without necessarily causing more issues? And I think in that 2007 ordinance, it's very clearly specified that this property should be moving on, and it doesn't say under market conditions. So I think we just need to make sure that we work together, and that's why I think it would be better to continue this so that we can have a little bit more in-depth conversation, particularly if this is going to come back after the General Assembly with we don't know what's going to happen, and the tax bills are going to accrue through 2020.
Think a little bit shorter time than that,
2000,
Councilman. But as we heard, first off, there's the ordinance was part and parcel of a very lengthy, comprehensive agreement, in which there's much more discussion than the shorthand version that you have available to you from the ordinance about what happens with the front lot after the 5-year period. It calls for a study being done, along with it, which we are in the process of doing. But it will all, in the end, it has an exclusive, that was the agreement of the city and the RPAC in 2009, that we would sit down and see what to do with the property at the time together. And that's exactly what's going on. So that process will continue. We'll come to a conclusion together on what the best use of it is. And if the conclusion is to sell it now in this market, then we'll go ahead and sell it now in this market. If the conclusion is we should hold it longer, let the market recover more, get more value for the property, then that's what we'll do. But that'll be a joint effort of these two entities together. One thing I just, Councilman Blouse, you used the word troubles, I think was the word you used, difficulties. I want to assure the council that over the since we started this process in 2009 with the Center Stage Theater, and now completing it with what is now the Altria Theater, we haven't had any financial difficulties. We have not called on the city for a single dime over that period of time. This is probably the only performing arts centers, public performing arts centers in the country that pay for themselves because of the way that's been operated, with enormous renovations being done, with very high leverage of public dollars, 3.5 to 4 times the value of the renovations. The difficulty has come from a completely unanticipated, by all parties, tax assessment that we now get 5 years to show that it wasn't anticipated by anybody, including the city assessor. 5 years went by, and this is so the issue has arisen, has created the difficulty. There have been no difficulties at all with the operation of either one of these theaters.
Any other questions? I would like to open this up for public comment. All right. Thank you all very much. If you wouldn't mind having a seat, we may have some more questions. Are there those here tonight that wish to speak in opposition to this paper? If there's more than one, if you would line up. All right. Mr. Shinsius?
Really? Really? Oh, I knew it. I knew it couldn't possibly be. I haven't started yet. I'm going to need it all.
10 seconds in, please.
No, I'm not. I'm going to go 10 seconds over, 15 over. Questions, so many questions. I would urge you, because I might not have the microphone at the end, to do one of two things. Someone second the motion to postpone this, or make sure that you vote it down. Asked, what happens if this doesn't pass tonight? There wasn't an answer to what happens if this doesn't pass tonight, because there is no crisis. Penalties and interest. You don't pay your tax bills, penalties. And what he did say, which is interesting, which is, I heard the smoke and mirrors falls apart, and the people who are making money off these tax credits are going to pull their money back, and we're going to be in jeopardy. Somebody's made money off of this. It's not me. None of y'all are likely. Somebody has made money off. If I understand the tax credits, and I could be wrong, please someone speak up if I am wrong. but my limited understanding is tax credits, historic tax credits are granted, and then the project operators sell those at some percentage on the dollar to people who then reap the full benefit on the dollar. So I don't know what the rates are, 50 cents on the dollar, 70, whether there's a bidding process, but somebody's made money off of this. And what's the total historic tax credits? And what's the percentage? And what are the dollars? And we're supposed to pick up $1.75 million when we got to have development down in Chaco and tax revenue. And your main concern, and the mayor himself has at his heart his greatest concern. I will remind you, and that's why I urge you to postpone this tonight, a question back when the stadium issues regarding, the question came up, gee, why do we have a lease on the property of the Diamond that doesn't include having the leaseholder tear down the damn thing? Why does the city have to pay for it when we take this property back if a stadium goes somewhere else? And our newly departed Mr. Byron Marshall looked at Parker Adjalaska, who asked the question with all sincerity and earnestness, and he said, well, they didn't ask the right questions. They signed a bad lease. Are you about to sign a bad deal? I will remind you that in your jobs as servants of the people, there's a coin that has two sides. There's a coin of admiration and goodwill and respect and appreciation for the great things that you do. And the flip side of that coin, Mr. Samuels,
would you like to summarize?
Summarizing. The flip side of that coin is the coin of disfavor. Yea, indeed, wrath. Election wrath is something. This is not something that's going to go quietly away. Do not vote in favor. Thank you very much. Alan Chincius, Parade Alan Chincius, Ms. Robertson's district, City of Richmond.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
City Council President, City Council. My name is Don Harrison, and I live in the 1st District. It was 11 years ago in this very chamber that the citizens of Richmond were given assurances when City Council raised Richmond's meals tax in order to fund this private group's art center. One of those assurances was that we would be getting a world-class art center, one that would serve as a reliable home for our local arts groups. Another assurance was that the hike in the meals tax would be temporary, that it would not go into perpetuity. There are people sitting on this body right now who said that this was not going to happen. Another assurance was made that City Council would rigorously oversee this project to make sure that public money was being spent wisely. I believe the term was holding their feet to the fire. Now, 11 years later, none of those assurances, none of those promises have come to pass. Instead, this body has done nothing over the years but funnel endless streams of money into this private group and give them second and third and fourth chances and enter into comprehensive agreements with them. Comprehensive agreements that apparently you and they don't understand. But you know, there were plenty of signs that this was not going to be a world-class performing arts group, one that you guys should have seen while you were doing your rigorous oversight. One was that the first thing that they did after they grabbed the money to construct the center, they went and they stole Baltimore's name for their art center, Baltimore Center Stage. The second thing they did at great expense was to steal the logo from the Econo Lodge motel chain. The third thing that they did was they put the same programmer that programs everything else in the city, including the Richmond Coliseum, in charge of this world-class performing arts center. So what we were left with was not world-class, it was instead a mediocre, cookie-cutter performing arts center that the public recognizes, I think. Sort of the venue equivalent of an empty suit. But worst of all, you guys allowed them to construct this labyrinthian, elaborate, quasi-governmental system that No other performing arts center that is taxpayer funded, no other art center is like this. There was a special investigative article done by Richmond Magazine last year that showed that this was the only publicly funded art center in America that shields its inner workings from the public funding it, us. And now they come back to you again because they don't understand their tax bill? Are these not our titans of industry? Are these not people who have made a great deal of money?
Sir, your time is up. Would you like to summarize?
Yes, I will summarize. It's been 11 years. It's time for you to hold their feet to the fire and say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Magruder.
I'm speaking in opposition to this paper. Just to reiterate my previous, I do not support any kind of proposal that requires that the city tap into their rainy day fund to pay a for-profit company's tax bill. Most people in this town don't even get that kind of help. If we miss our bills, we basically face liens and whatnot against our properties. And I don't see that. Like I said, when we have other pressing needs, like improving our transportation system, like fixing our school buildings so that students don't have to worry about having tar drip over their heads or ceiling tiles falling on their heads, that should be tapped into the rainy day fund. I think this council needs to remember their priorities and stop trying to give everything to wealthy businesses and start prioritizing the needs of the people. I've said this before and I'll say it again. 2016 ain't that far away, and there will be consequences if y'all decide to continue to do the things that y'all doing. And one of those challenges may be for me.
Thank you, Mr. Magruder. Mr. Persinger.
Good evening. My name is Silver Persinger. I'm seeking opposition to this $1.75 million for the Performing Arts Center, RPAC. The truth of the matter is the city has plenty of money to cover this kind of stuff because of the 1% mills tax. And, you should be honest with the citizens and let them know how much that is generating, because I would be interested in knowing, first of all. But, why have we built this? How much have we even spent in total on all these renovations? I heard $40-50 million. And what the problem is that this is a public-private partnership. And what that means is that the public's on the hook and it takes all the risk for private profit. And in this case, SMG, the people that manage these theaters and the Coliseum, are profiting from the use of publicly funded buildings. And yet, they're not offering to pay the taxes, and they're the ones profiting, running these businesses. RPAC, I don't even know what that is. I guess it's just some sort of like shell corporation that was created to take advantage of these tax credits. They created this deal, more specifically Bob Mooney, who also created the same deal with the Maggie Walker School that fell through like 10 years ago. This reminds me of that expression, fool me once, shame on me. No? I don't know. I'm like Bush. I can't remember this thing. Anyways, you've been fooled once already, and you're going to be fooled again. Happy Halloween, trick or treat. This is the trick. And what I also don't understand is how the city is so incompetent to not send a tax bill for 4 years. That is a big part of this problem. If we would have been on the ball, we wouldn't have been in the situation here tonight where they say they just received the first bill, a few weeks ago. This is, as I say often, this is not a way to run a city. To me, the whole theaters thing is plays, symphonies. These are activities that don't have much interest for me. To me, it seems like it's just something for rich people, and we all know that there's two sets of rules in this country. One's for rich people and one for the rest of us. And this is just one more example of that, and I'm really disgusted with all of you that vote to support this.
All right. Oh, yes, sir. Is there anybody else here who's going to speak in opposition? All right. Yes, sir.
What doing, council? My name is Mike Raftery. I live on 36th Street. I actually wasn't aware this was on the docket tonight, but it kind of seems like y'all weren't either, because the very nature of this seems, oblique at best. It's really remarkable to me that this kind of organization is permitted to operate using public funds like for profit. I mean, I think everybody here has done a great job of expressing their dissent. And I think when I first came in here tonight, I was really disappointed, especially during the consent agenda, and maybe some of the vitriol that some people let off towards y'all. And sometimes it's really tempting to feel like sympathy, towards you guys that have to sit here day in and day out and do that. However, the onus is on y'all to listen to people, even if what you're hearing is a fringe representation of that, because not everybody who isn't benefiting from the development of the East Grace Street corridor can say anything about it. You understand? We were told that was going to be a huge hotbed of opportunity. Nothing has happened there. It's like a giant outdoor homeless nap grotto. You know what I mean? Nothing goes on there. And I mean, it's about time that these people are made to show some responsibility for what's obviously been a huge waste of all of our time as citizens. I mean, name one. Pasture is one successful business down there that's not Valentino's Pizza or an art gallery. That's ridiculous. And I mean, the fact that there's no public disclosure of any of this. I mean, the fact that none of y'all will even second Agilastio's motion for you guys to just take 2 more weeks and figure out just how all these pieces are supposed to be working together. That's absurd to me as a citizen. That's crazy. It seems to me like the city assessor just didn't get the memo that he wasn't even supposed to send them a bill. This guy came up here and said that the market's telling them they shouldn't sell the front lot to a developer. Even by the logic of the market, right, which is completely amorphous, doesn't the building and all these properties need to be assessed and then taxes paid on them for the market to determine what it is actually worth? Maybe it's not even worth $2.5 million if the conditions are so bad, but we don't know that. And I mean, as Mr. Magruder said, I mean, 2016 is not that far away. And I mean, if you want to see less people in here yelling at y'all and acting a fool, then you should, the onus is on you guys to start to show people that their best interests are in mind. I mean, what does it say that the council is going to sit up here and I mean, maybe you guys will vote this down. That would be great. Because that to me, this seems to be a primary crack in the fissure that's just, keeping people from being able to understand the nature of this organization. What does it say? You guys can't fund schools. You can't fund GRCC, what we were talking about. You know what I mean? But in a basic council up-down vote, you guys can't even take time to discuss this? That's crazy to me. You can't take 2 more weeks? When this, I mean, that's a huge amount of money. I don't know. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in support of this paper?
My name is Art Burton, and I'm in the 2nd District. And Councilwoman Samuels, Vice President Robertson, I just want to say I am so pleased that the center stage could get $1.7 million from this city. I've been recently studying the Civil War, and I've done some things I said I'd never do, and I've read the autobiography of Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. And what it struck me was a passage that said that Robert E. Lee lost the war because he couldn't get shoes, and he couldn't get food, and he couldn't get ammunition. And I've been a soldier for this city for the last year. And I have stood in the trenches of one of the most notorious communities in the city of Richmond, and I have fought against poverty, and I have fought against homelessness, and I have consistently, since March of this year, asked this city for some support and some acknowledgement of the work that we were doing. And on every end, meetings that have been promised have not been kept. Commitments made, not honored. And so and we haven't even asked for a fraction of what this organization is asking for today. But it is heartwarming to know that someone can come here and have their voices heard and their commitments honored and their meetings kept and their paperwork done. Because the show must go on and the lights must keep shining brightly for them. And I just want to share, and I'm only here tonight because, you know, I know my show is a fight against hopelessness in a community that manifests hopelessness in the form of violence. And that violence shows up when a 15-year-old boy is gunned down on a Saturday night and is murdered. And I just don't want Zamonte Red's murder to go with nothing being said, and I don't want it to stand for nothing. And it is my hope that one day, just like you hear them, just like you see them, just like you honor your commitments to them and fill out your paperwork for them and honor your meetings with them, you will do the same for us, that we can continue to be soldiers in this fight and have the things that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else who wants to speak in support? Mr. Chincius, you've already spoken in opposition. I'm sorry, sir.
I would like to speak in support.
I'm sorry. You got to pick a side in this case. Thank you very much for coming down tonight.
Really?
Now, is there any more discussion from council?
Mr. President.
Mr. Hilbert.
This is a difficult issue, and I have to say that I believe that the Performing Arts Center has done a lot for downtown, and it is not just some sort of bastion for rich folks. Other folks get a chance through ticket donations and whatnot to see some pretty remarkable world-class performances. And the fact is that I believe in the performance of Wicked a couple of years ago.
I'm going to have to come back on in like 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Newbill.
Okay. That the Wicked performance, that 2/3 at least of the people that bought tickets did not come from a Richmond zip code. That says that there are tourism dollars involved with an arts center, and so this was supposed to be a bigger revitalization of Broad Street, and the plans got narrowed, and I appreciate that they've done a decent job. The question for me is, when I get a call from a constituent who says that she can't pay her real estate taxes, I don't have a fund that I can go into and pay her real estate taxes. It's a matter of equity, in my humble opinion. I hate that this happened, and there's no excuse for this.
Mr. Hilbert, can I press you on pause?
Absolutely.
Dr. Newbill. Okay, hold on.
Hello?
Alan, let's take a new vote.
Hello?
All right, we have you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to leave the room because they're getting ready to call me, so I'm on my cell phone. Are we ready? Are we at the vote yet?
No.
Dr. Newbill, we are not at the vote. Mr. Hilbert was speaking eloquently on his position.
I'm sorry.
I've checked with the attorney. We do not have to take a new vote if you hang up and call back in. So if you need to step away for a minute, we understand.
If I need to step in, Charles, I didn't hear the last part.
That's the difference between a landline and a cell phone, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? All right. Dr. Newbill, if you need to hang up and come back, just give us a call in a minute. We can hear the phone ring, and we'll be happy to answer for you, okay?
Okay, but I wanted to be able to register my position on this paper as well. So would I be able to do that?
Mr. President, I'd be happy to see.
All right, Cynthia, Chris is, Dr. Newbill, Mr. Hilbert's yielded. Go ahead, and you have the floor.
No, I just was waiting for the vote. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear.
You have the floor, Dr. Newbill. What's your position?
Okay. I was simply waiting for the opportunity. I was waiting until I didn't know if we were at the vote in terms of the paper that's before us with RPAC. So I was simply waiting. I'm standing outside. I thought we were getting to the vote.
All right, Dr. Newbill, unfortunately, I think the world of technology hasn't caught up with our plan here tonight. We're having a hard time understanding you. It sounds like what you're saying is you don't need to voice your position. You're just ready to vote, and you don't know how to do that if you also have to step into your meeting. That's phenomenal. All right, Dr. Newbill, what we're going to do is we're going to ask you to give up the floor back to Mr. Hilbert. Mr. Hilbert, I'm going to let you go forward. Madam Clerk, if you would do me a favor, leave that on so that she can hear as much as possible. And then when it's time to vote, if she's there, we'll have her vote. Okay? All right, Mr. Hilbert, I apologize for the uniqueness of this situation.
Thank you. So that's where I'm coming down on it. Is it just it's a matter of equity. It's not about that this is.
Dr. Newbill? Hold on, please.
Before you put me on speaker, can I ask a question? You're going to call me shortly to come to receive my award. But
Dr. Newbill, you're on speakerphone with the microphone. We're not ready to vote yet, and it's Mr. Hilbert's. Mr. Hilbert has the floor. Mr. Hilbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just, as I was saying earlier, there's no excuse for the city not sending out this bill. But the fact is that when a citizen calls in and says, I didn't get a bill, that doesn't lessen the liability there. This is a very unfortunate situation. And I'd like to do whatever we can. And so I think that what I'm hearing from my constituents is that, Chris, I can agree or disagree with some of the decisions that you all have made at City Hall, but there is a cloud of secrecy and not a commitment to transparency. So if Mr. Agelasto will make the motion again, I will do a second. If we discuss this publicly,
folks, no clapping. You know the rules.
We discuss this publicly and we come to a conclusion, I think people will respect it. They can come out and vote against us and whatnot the next election. But we need to do, I believe, a proactive stance on doing something that's as transparent as possible. So I can either make the motion or I'll cede the floor back, Mr. President.
All right, Mr. Hilbert, you have the floor. Are you making a motion?
No. Gelasto to make it.
All right. Next. Is there any other members that have a comment? Ms. Mosby.
I'm trying to be clear. And so in being clear, I'm hearing that for 5 years, RPAC did not get a bill from the city. And so I'm trying to see if they didn't get the bill because everybody was clear that they didn't pay a bill. And so if that was the intent, and now we would like to do something else with the intent, I guess I'm trying to figure out how do we then do it so that it's fair? Because I hear you. But even a resident, if they're clear that they don't get a bill, and we're clear they don't get a bill, and then 5 years later they get a bill, then I'm going to fight for them to not pay that particular bill, and we do something if we want to change it. And so I guess I'm trying to be clear on where we were at that moment, because I don't want to do something and it's not what I would say fair. across the board to whomever, rich, poor, clear, fair. And we want to be fair. If that was the intent at that time, Mr. Hester is now reading it differently. And in him reading it differently, he says that the bill needs to be paid. Then I think we need to come to some type of terms other than $1,700,000 is what you owe. And we know that 10 years ago, this building was not up to par. We know that without them doing what they have done, we would not have gotten the tax credit. And if I'm wrong, somebody stop me. We would not have received the tax credits. And at this point, we do receive meals tax, sales tax, and we have the completed buildings. Am I wrong or right? I need clarification. Somebody help me. Give me a nod or something, somebody. You're right. Okay. So, as a council, I think that we need to be fair to a business, to a resident. Somehow in this, I can't tell you that my resident, if they came to me and they had spoken to someone and they had some terms, that I would not be fighting the city to uphold the terms. And then say, if we want to change the terms, so be it. But not today, and they stuck with a five-year bill. I think that we need to reconsider just saying they're wrong and we're just right in this instance. I understand that perhaps it was a mistake and they didn't get a bill or whatever it was, but somehow in there we made it if we didn't send them one. And I think that it balances out. If we do this paper, then at this moment, we haven't lost anything because we're going to give and get back. Am I clear that that's what's happening? And if we want to change it, then as a council, then that's what we do. But I think we should be fair. I think as a council, we should be fair. And that's just my 2 cents on it. We should be fair to whomever it is that stands before us with this type of an issue.
Council President.
Mr. Agelasto?
I think what is fair is what is governed by law. And the federal law on tax credits is clear. You must be a for-profit entity in order to receive tax credits. That part is very clear. That's the way that RPAC was established in order to take advantage of the tax credit. The state law governs who pays a tax bill. And the state law says, well, if you're a for-profit company, you pay your tax bill. If you're a nonprofit, well, then you can go to the local authorities and the city council can say, we're going to waive your real estate property tax because you're a for-profit or for a not-for-profit. We don't have the ability to waive real estate property taxes on a for-profit entity. That's state law. What I heard earlier from RPAC is, hey, we want to go ask an opinion of the Attorney General for the state to say, hey, can we qualify for a tax exemption? But that hasn't happened. That is a future unknown. Let's go to the General Assembly and ask the General Assembly to change the law so that they could qualify for tax exemption. That is a future unknown. To date, what is known is that they're a for-profit entity that has a tax liability. Now, the system that has been structured is to essentially have the city pay their tax liability for the duration to date, or going out till June 30th of 2015. But what about the future tax liability? We don't know the answer to that. We've heard repeatedly, we don't know. We're hoping, but we don't know. We also know that they have real estate that is underperforming, that they could, they've got a plan, they're going to work to sell it and hopefully make it performing again. That's perfect. That is RPAC's situation. But going back to the law, we have, and the city assessor only provided this to us over the weekend because we have questions. This is why I've asked for the continuance. There are 17 other properties in the city of Richmond under leasehold. Pro Football Inc., a.k.a. the Redskins, 2401 West Lee Street, 1509 East Main Street, which is at 1511 East Main Street, Amerigas Propane Company, 4430 Deepwater Terminal Road, Bon Secours at 2401 West Lee Street, Bon Secours at 5800 Patterson Avenue, Casa del Barco at 1001 East Canal Street, City Parking Company at 1527 East Carey Street, Festival Diogenes Corporation, a.k.a. 6th Street Marketplace, at 315 North 6th Street, Festival Diogenes Corporation at 411 North 6th Street, Fulton Hill Properties at 130 Virginia Street, James Center Property, LLC, at 1001 East Canal Street, Landmark Theater, LLP, at 2 North Laurel Street, Richmond Performing Arts Center, 602 East Gray Street, Virginia Commonwealth University at 800 East Lee Street, Virginia Commonwealth University at 610 North 9th Street, Wachovia Bank, 401 North 11th Street, Navigators Baseball LP, 3001 North Boulevard, a.k.a. the Squirrels. 17 other properties with leaseholds. I've asked, have they paid their tax bill? What's good for one should be good for all.
No, Mr. Aguilar.
Is that not fair?
No, what I'm saying is if it was structured that way, because I heard you and you led us up to it was structured a certain way. So if it was structured that way, then I think we need to deal with what was structured and then deal with the issue. But for all of the lease, for everyone.
Yeah, and if I may, I'll just keep my floor time. I think it's impossible for City Council to structure a deal that is in violation of federal and state law. I think that is very clear given what we have. With these 17 other properties, I do think it is beholden of council to make sure that bills are being sent and that bills are being paid. If bills are being paid by these other entities, why isn't a bill being paid in this situation? I think we've got to ask those questions. What I've asked for, and I will work with Mr. Hilbert, is a continuation for 2 weeks so that we can get a better handle of this bigger issue. It's not just an RPAC issue.
I agree.
So I'll make the motion to continue for 2 weeks.
Thank you. Mr. Aguilar has made a motion to continue. Is there a second?
I'll
second.
Heard a second from Mr. Hilbert. And is there any conversation on the motion to continue?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I got Ms. Graziano, then I got Ms. Trammell.
President, I had something before he just seconded, but you didn't. I guess.
I'm sorry. Once a motion for a continuance is made, it kind of rises to the top of the list. We have to deal with it before we can come back to discussion.
Well, how do we vote on something if you have a question you didn't get the answer and you don't understand it?
Then you would ask it after Ms. Graziano.
Yes.
I'll yield to Ms. Trammell. She go first.
Ms. Trammell, you get to go first.
I appreciate what Parker just did as far as listing the 17 other properties. But what happens when, some of us were not here when the deal was done or whatever, and we do not, and I appreciate what Michelle said, because we don't know if certain ones were given like certain, how can I say that? Certain benefits or whatever, like earlier what we were talking about with another company that wants to do business here in the city tonight. So how do we, if they didn't know or they didn't get the bill, how do we penalize them? When I had people in my district, and I do believe them when they tell me, Ms. Trammell, I did not get my real estate bill, or I did not get my bill for this, for that. And we have still been working on that since last year, trying to get it, like where they sold their car a year and a half ago, and the records still haven't been straight. That is still going on, and not only in my district, but in other districts. So if they said that this is not going to cost us any money tonight, we're going to give them the money, and they're going to pay it back. And it looks like it would be a win-win situation where they would not have to shut down or not be able to have more. Look at the people that's already bought the tickets and everything. And if they're not able to come there because, for say that someone closes their doors or whatever, and this is not their fault, it's the city's fault. Or maybe it's the mail carrier that didn't deliver some of the mail. That's going on with some people's ballots right now, that they bought them in and they still have not got their ballot so that they can vote. And that's right there in my district.
Ms. Graziano?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I heard what Mr. Aguilar said concerning there is a federal law, there is a state law. I cannot put my finger on what went wrong when council approved the renovations of both the Altria and the Carpenter Center. But clearly, it was no one's intent that they would pay real estate taxes if we never sent a bill for 4 or 5 years. Clearly, we were not under the impression we were getting the money, and clearly they were not under the impression they had to pay the money. I know that Mr. Agelesto would like us, he has a motion to continue this paper. We've heard from the board that their tax credits are in jeopardy. We, the city, have put in about $14 million. We have over $60 million in renovations. We have 2 venues that benefit our entire community. And I feel it would be most unfortunate if we could not deal with this immediate issue and then deal with the long-term issue on what are we going to do for the next 2 or 3 years. But personally, I do not want to put in jeopardy the renovations that have gone on and the renovations that will be going on as we speak and are going on as we speak. I do not want to put those in jeopardy. And so I would hope that we do not vote to continue this paper and we deal with this immediate issue tonight and come back and figure out how we can deal with it in the future. I think Mr. Agelesto made an excellent point about the fact that we have, that there's a piece of property on Broad Street. We heard from the board that they're working with the administration to see what would be a good use and should they sell it now or should they not sell it. Maybe it would help our communication if we requested that we had a council person working with that group so that we would have somebody that could tell us what was going on. I'm fine with that. But I do think very strongly that we need to just deal with the issue that's in front of us and pass this paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Vice President Roberts? All right. Ms. Mosey spoke, Ms. Graziano spoke, and Mr. Beliles, you're the only one that hasn't weighed in. Any interest in doing so? All right. Madam Clerk, do we have do we have Dr. Newbill on the phone?
It's my understanding she is. Are you with us, Dr. Newbill?
It doesn't sound like it.
No, she may have stepped away.
Can we please make sure that it is connected?
Dr. Nubia? Hello? Disconnect. I think she just laid it down.
It appears that she's still connected via phone. However, she may have just stepped away.
Okay. Mr. Neely, usually a patron gets the opportunity to have first word, last word. Is there anything else the administration would like to say about this paper?
Hello?
I would simply echo Ms. Graziano's comments. Let's go ahead and do this tonight and then deal with the longer-term issues going forward.
All right. Madam Clerk, did she come back? Dr. Newbill specifically requested being here for this vote. I'm in a little bit of a bind because I don't have any objection to that. On the flip side, she needs to be on the phone if we're going to do it by telephone. So what I would do instead is simply say that I am going to support this paper as it's written without a continuance. I would be voting against the actual motion for a continuance. I think that when this deal was made a while back, there was a meeting of the minds. That meeting of the minds was laid out. I believe we did not understand either whoever was on city council at the time or the folks at RPAC that this law was out there. I believe this way we are still in compliance with the law. They will pay their back taxes. And the city won't be out anything they didn't expect to be out of. With that, there's a motion for a continuance. Madam Clerk, Mr. Agelesto, just to be clear, when the motion was made, you were asking a 2-week continuance? Yes, sir. All right. The motion to continue it till November 10th. Madam Clerk, would you please call that question properly seconded by Mr. Hilbert?
Yes, council is voting on Councilman Agelesto's motion to continue item number 19, ordinance number 2014-214, to the November 10th meeting. That's a 2 weeks continuance. Mr. Beliles?
No.
Ms. Graziano?
No.
Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelesto,
Yes.
Mr. Hilbert,
Aye.
Ms. Trammell,
No.
Ms. Newbill,
No.
Vice President Robertson,
No.
President Samuels.
No.
That motion has failed.
All right, that brings us back to discussion on the underlying motion, which is to pass the paper. Is there any other comments council members like to make before we call that question? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the question.
Council is voting on item number 19, ordinance number 2014-214. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelesto?
Sadly, no.
Mr. Hilbert?
No.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels.
Aye.
That paper has been adopted.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. What is our next regular agenda paper?
The next regular agenda item is item number 23. That's ordinance number 2014-218 to authorize the CAO to execute a Stone Brewing Company performance agreement between the City Economic Development Authority and Kuchenwager Brewing Company for the purpose of stimulating revitalization and promoting tourism in the city. That paper is before you.
Thank you. Kuchenwager?
Kuchenwager.
Wagner. Thank you very much. Our apologies. We're learning, though. We're learning quick. Mr. Neely, administration is the patron of this paper. Would you care to give an introduction?
Yes, please, Mr. President. With your indulgence, I'd like to show a couple of images, if I may. Cool. Well, thank you. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of council, this is one of the coolest things that happened in Richmond in a long, long time. Stone Brewing, we have all been paying attention to this for many months throughout the year. And just about 2 weeks ago, Stone announced that they were going to that they were going to open a manufacturing facility in Richmond, their first expansion outside of their hometown of San Diego. I'd like to give you a quick overview of the project tonight. I think we all know a lot about it from having met with the company, from having seen the news media, from having seen the social media, and from having heard the excitement around town about this. We'll be talking about this for the coming weeks. There are a number of pieces of legislation that will be necessary to advance this project and to bring it to life in the Fulton neighborhood. Essentially, the project has two components. Number one, there's an incentive grant that the city has offered to Stone to entice them to come to Richmond. And the second big picture piece of the project is we're going to work together to build a building in the Fulton neighborhood where the city will help them do that, and the company's lease payments will cover the cost of the building over time. Today, I'll give you an overview of the project. We'll turn to one of the key pieces of legislation that's on the agenda for tonight. When I'm done, I'd like to introduce Craig Spitz, who is the Chief Financial Officer of Stone, and Pat Tiernan, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Stone Brewing. By now, I hope everyone knows the company well. It's the 10th largest craft brewery in the United States. 900 employees, and generating together $135 million in annual sales. They distribute beer in 40 states, 7 countries around the world. And since the company was started in 1998, their growth has been dramatic. But it's important to know that it's also been steady. It's also been consistent. And going forward, and it's all been done out of their one facility in Southern California, in the town of Escondido, which is about 45 minutes outside of San Diego proper. And essentially what Stone is proposing to do is to create a copy of that facility in the Fulton neighborhood here in Richmond. Here's what it would look like. The first phase is a 200,000 square foot production facility, the brewery. Will take about a year and a half to complete, and is on, if everything goes according to plan, it will be producing beer in April of 2016. This will be a full production brewery, packaging, distribution facility with administrative support operations as well. The first phase will also include planning for the Stone World Bistro and Gardens, the restaurant, the beer garden, as well as a retail shop. And as they're doing this, Stone intends to establish relationships with local businesses, the universities here in town. They're committed to working to engage local talent, student internships, potential lab and research activities, just as they've done in San Diego. The second phase was scheduled to be completed in April of 2021. It's a 30,000 square foot restaurant, beer garden, and retail facility worth about $8 million. To brew beer, the company is planning to invest $42.7 million in brewing equipment. And altogether, they estimate that this revenue will exceed $100 million by the fourth year of the project's life. Over 25 years, we estimate the revenue to the city to be $25 million, all based on capital expenditures of $74 million. But the coolest part about this for many folks here in town is the jobs that are going to come with this. The former mayor of San Diego, Jerry Sanders, has stated that breweries generate one of the highest job multipliers of any industry. That they create 5.7 indirect jobs for every one job that they create. And here in town, that means 88 jobs in production, brewing the beer. And eventually, 200 jobs in the hospitality side of it, the restaurant, the beer garden, the retail shop. What those projects yield is a great venue for hospitality and tourism. In San Diego, Stone Brewing is the third largest tourist attraction. 600,000 people come to visit the facility every year. They're number 3 behind big facilities, big, exciting tourist attractions, including the San Diego Zoo and Legoland. And they're proposing to do the same thing here in town. It's an incredibly sustainable operation. A couple of examples of what that means. In Escondido, the solar panels on the roof of the building produce about 30% of the power that's used at the brewery. Stone is the largest the largest purchaser of local organic produce in San Diego, and the spent grain, the stuff that's left after the brewing process, is repurposed as mulch for gardens, as livestock feed. It's made into soaps, and it's also made into dog treats, which they call stone bones. Stone's a great corporate citizen as well. They have an extensive track record of philanthropy and a commitment to the community. In 2013 alone, last year, Stone donated nearly $650,000 worth of in-kind donations to nonprofits around the country. This is a big deal for the community. For the greater Fulton community, this means improvements, this means jobs, it means revitalization of the neighborhood, it means upgrades to the riverfront in the East End, it means advancing the riverfront master plan, it means taking unproductive land and making it productive in a neighborhood and an area where that has lagged behind. One of the things that attracted Stone to Richmond was the coming of the Bus Rapid Transit line, which we all know will run from Rockets Landing in the East End to Willow Lawn, just over the city line. It's going to go right past here, which makes this facility easy to get to for tourists, easy to get to for workers as well. Here's an image of a map of what the site would look like. By now I know that most of you have seen this. Here's the bottom line. This is a good project for Richmond. It targets our key industry sectors that our economic development team has been pursuing for a long, long time. It's going to generate significant tourism, bring new investment to an area of town that needs it, including hundreds of new jobs, vast support for the surrounding community, and it holds already the support of the community. Sustainable practices, new taxes will revitalize an underutilized and difficult to develop property. It will add beneficial resources to the city's wastewater system, which you acknowledged earlier. by approving a paper on the consent agenda. And over time, it will bring potential partnerships and synergies with others in the community. We've talked in the past about how there are a number of papers that will be introduced to make this happen. You have approved a number of them already. You approved the wastewater plan earlier tonight. And the paper before us is the local performance agreement. Our economic development team will tell you more about this in a moment, but these are the conditions that are laid out for Stone to get the incentives that we are proposing. We're here today because there's been extensive and longstanding and deep cooperation between the city, the Commonwealth, the Economic Development Authority, regulatory authorities, approval authorities, and at every turn, Stone has said one of the things that made them choose Richmond is that we all work together, unlike anybody else that they saw. And they reviewed proposals from more than 250 cities around the country and chose Richmond. This is a big deal. I appreciate your indulgence in letting us give you this overview. If you'll indulge me further, I'd like to invite Craig Spitz, the Chief Financial Officer, to come forward, as well as Pat Tiernan, the Chief Operating Officer.
Hi, Mr. Spitz. Hi, Mr. Tiernan.
Mr. President and City Council members, I'm Craig Spitz, CFO of Stone Brewing Company. I thank you for indulging the two of us to say a few words on behalf of Stone. First, I want to say how excited we are to be coming to Richmond for our East Coast hub and building a brewery and bistro that will not only supply Stone beer to all of our customers east of the Mississippi, but become a destination that will bring tourists and visitors to the area, help revitalize the greater Fulton area and east end of the James River, as well as bring local jobs. As you've heard, we have approximately 60,000 people attend our brewery tour in Escondido and have over 600,000 people visit the bistro every year. We plan on bringing the same community involvement that we do in the San Diego region to the Richmond area. In August, our 18th anniversary party, which is now the largest weekend beer festival in Southern California, bringing in approximately 8,000 attendees and partnering with over 60 breweries, raised $250,000 this summer to local charities that we support. And year-to-date August of this year, we have donated $625,000 of beer to local 501c3 nonprofit charities conducting their fundraising efforts, and which help them raise money for such efforts by us donating the beer and helping sell tickets. Such community involvement is in our DNA, and we look forward to continuing all of that activity here. Over the last 5 years, from 2009 through 2013, as you saw in the graph, our revenues have grown an average of 30% per year, from $48 million a year in 2009 to $136 million in 2013. This year in 2014, we will again exceed 30% growth, and we anticipate closing out the year at approximately $175 to $185 million. We also have been consistently profitable each year and have a very healthy balance sheet with very strong debt-to-equity ratios. And we've given our audited financials to the city's financial consultants so that they can see that, even though all of that information, being a privately held company, isn't readily available to the public. With all of the recent articles in the paper regarding the use of incentives in public debt, I want to make sure that everyone understands our process that we went through for this selection. At the beginning of the year, we put together a very detailed request for proposal outlining all of the requirements we needed to support a new brewery and bistro: power, water, utilities, wastewater, as well as all the local jobs and the investments we would be providing. From the onset, it was never Stone's plan to build our own building, as most businesses don't build their own buildings. All of our available capital over the next 5 years, about $43 million, which we are borrowing from our lending sources, would be used for our core business, which would be providing the equipment and fixtures necessary to build a brewery, bistro, and beer garden. Since day one, we plan to enter into a long-term lease on the chosen facility. as we have done with our existing facilities. Our initial intent was to find an existing building that could fit our needs and enter into a lease. As we started getting responses to our request for proposal, some locations submitted greenfield land that was available for a site, as there were no existing buildings that met our requirements. So we decided to evaluate those locations as well, whether it was privately held land or public land, but making it clear from the start that the owner would be responsible to work with Stone on the specifications and layout, build the buildings, and enter into a long-term lease with Stone. Once again, Stone doing leasing of our facilities. It was up to the owner of the land to find the best financing they could to offer competitive lease rates. As to our process, we developed a comprehensive model that looked at our net costs over a 30-year period. We looked at logistics costs. What are the freight dollars of all the raw materials coming in? What is the freight costs of supplying beers to all of our customers on the east from each site? What's the average labor cost in the regions? What are the operating costs, such as electricity rates, gas rates, water, wastewater rates? And then the facility lease costs for each given location. We also included as a reduction to costs any incentives that we received from a given location as a means to make their proposal more competitive and to share in the economic development of the given neighborhood. All of these factors went into the net cost of the given location over a 30-year period, along with some intangibles such as the location's cool factor, the local craft beer scene, potential community impact, etc. And this comprehensive analysis led us to the selection of our final 3 sites and ultimately to Richmond. The lease rate that we've negotiated with the city is the amount which enabled Richmond to competitively compete with the other alternative locations. Stone was not involved with selecting the source of financing for the city or for any other location that was offering land and building a building for that matter. We were only concerned with the resulting lease rate that each location was offering, which was a key cost factor in this model that I said, looking at all of these costs. There's been some question on Stone's ability to pay for this lease over time. And shipping beer across the U.S. from San Diego in refrigerated semis to the East Coast states is very expensive. Day one that we get here, those shipping savings earned from having a production facility in Richmond to be able to supply from here to the East Coast, those shipping savings will be able to pay for the lease costs for the new facility. And again, that's day one at our present volume, not trying to factor in present growth rates. So obviously that mitigates any risk to the city. At the end of the day, Stone was able to share a vision with the EDA, the mayor, and the governor, and ultimately with the community of Greater Fulton on what could be a revitalization of a community in the riverfront to create local jobs and investment and a destination site that will bring future development and revenue to the region. This revitalization would not be possible without the combined efforts and resources of the city, state, and private industry. And through these efforts, we are absolutely convinced that it's going to be a win-win for the city of Richmond and for Stone Brewing Company. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Craig. So, Mr. President, the council and council members, thank you again for the time today. What I wanted to do is just share with you a little bit of insight that I haven't shared with anybody, actually.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. If you wouldn't mind just saying your name for the clerk.
Sure, sorry about that. My name is Pat Tiernan. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the company.
Thanks.
And then I'll just wanted to discuss the urgency that we have just to get it out there. Little known fact, when we started this process, and we first started receiving some of the responses back to our RFP, and there were hundreds of them. We started doing what guys do, and we clicking down on GoogleNet, and we looked at locations. Now, we didn't know anything other than my own personal travels to Richmond a few times in our prior lives. But looking at the city and looking at some of the opportunities that the city afforded along the riverfront, we sort of said to ourselves, man, that would be a good place to go. Months later, with a spreadsheet 50 columns long and all the numbers you could ever imagine being thrown in this, and engaging with folks like Jane and the folks and individual council members, the citizens, the proprietors of various sorts, it turned out you guys had the speed, you had the coordination, you had the energy, you had the community engagement that we wanted to have, and a host of other attributes. Voila, we're here today. However, I have an obligation to get this thing moving very, very quickly. Over the last, actually this year and next year, we're spending over $20 million to expand our capacity to its limit on the West Coast. We're expanding that production facility by about 180,000 barrels. On order right now are the last of the 14 fermenters. These are tanks that basically the beer is propagated with yeast with to create the alcohol out of the sugars before it's filtered and packaged. The last 14, which gives me about 72,000 barrels of beer. Each one of these tanks holds about 100 barrels worth of beer a week. And with our cycle times, that tallies up to just over 70,000. The problem that we have is that our growth rates exceed that amount. And there's some efficiencies that I'll be able to bring to the brewery over the next year that allow us to achieve that number. But here's the net for us. We have $40 million, much of it is already on order, in capital equipment that we need to deliver somewhere in June or July of next year to allow us to ramp the facility up, dial the processes in, do our flavor matching, and be able to deliver our beer to the market early the next year. To do that, I need to break ground on a facility next month, early next month. So we're in a situation, and this is by intent, by the way, where we need that quick action, that speed and execution that we relied upon in the first part of our experience here to follow through. And we're comfortable, and we're very, very appreciative of the very warm welcome and the reception that we have. But we really implore you to act on this motion tonight to allow us to have a good confidence in the decision that we made and that we can take back to our stakeholders to get that fresh beer out to our fans by late next year, early the following year. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, council members, before we open it up to public comment? All right. Public comment. Are there those here tonight that wish to speak in opposition to this paper? Are there those here tonight that wish to speak in support of this paper?
President Samuels, members of City Council, my name is Jack Berry. I'm president of the Richmond Region Tourism. I just want to point out a few tourism factoids regarding beer and brewery. Frommers, as you know, have designated Richmond as one of the top 14 destinations in the world to visit in 2014. They referenced the growing slate of breweries in its top 10 designation. Their quote was, "Richmond is coming into its own as a choice regional destination with a rapid slate of breweries, farm-to-table restaurants, and even whitewater river rapid activities cutting right through downtown. While you weren't looking, Richmond got cool." Tourism in Central Virginia is booming from the craft beer trend. According to Brewers Association, the sector is responsible for 8,000 jobs and is contributing more than $600 million to the statewide economy. The Richmond region is currently home to 12 breweries. The addition of a recognizable name like Stone raises the area's craft beer profile and brings 288 jobs to the area. The University of Asheville conducted a study about the demographics of craft beer tourists and found that the craft beer industry generated 3 million tourists to Asheville. 75% are college graduates. They're usually married and accompanied by a spouse. The incomes are $80,000 plus. They travel in groups and stay an average of 3 nights. Craft beer fits into Richmond region's overall culinary landscape, which has gained national recognition in recent years from the New York Times, New York Magazine, the Washington Post, U.S.A. Today, and Bon Appetit, to name a few. According to Mandela Research, going beyond just being a beverage, beer tourism offers curious travelers an insight into the national identity. Most of all, it is a way to develop local tourism. Richmond Region has craft beer tourism infrastructure in place, multiple companies offering Richmond Brewery tours, craft beer page, trail, and video content. The riverfront development, as mentioned, will fill a hole along the riverfront and serve as a link between downtown and Rockets Landing, all of which will be connected by the Virginia Capitol Trail upon completion next year. And finally, the meetings and conventions. Stone provides a unique offset meeting space and will be located in close proximity to the convention center, a great selling point when luring events to the area. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good evening, President Samuels, Council. I'm Stephen Verson with the Virginia Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. I'm in a small unit there called Ag and Forest Development Services, and was part of the team that worked with the state and our partners at the Virginia Economic Development Partnership and your very competent staff with Richmond Economic Development to help bring Stone to Richmond. We're very excited about the craft beer industry in Virginia. It's a fast-growing industry. In 2011, there were just 44 breweries in Virginia. 2 years later, there's 77. They're currently 85. And we think next year, the year after the passage of the new Farm Brewery Act, will soon be over 100. Each one of these represents hundreds of thousands of dollars of new investment in Virginia, many jobs, and a lot of vibrancy coming to communities. We're also very excited about craft brewing in Virginia because it supports our two largest industries. The largest industry in Virginia, as we all know, is agriculture. And breweries, craft breweries in particular, represent a great opportunity for agriculture in Virginia. While currently most of the ingredients to make beer comes from out of state, craft breweries are leading the way in working with our producers to get the hops and the barley they need, as well as interesting specialty products like pumpkins, ginger, and raspberries to make these products. Craft beer also does a tremendous amount for our second largest industry, tourism, as we heard earlier, bringing hundreds of thousands of people to the area and doing a lot to improve the economy of Virginia. Stone, who we've worked with, has expressed a willingness to work with our local brewers to strengthen our craft brewery scene as it is. They have committed to sourcing local ingredients to make the beer and to serve at their restaurant, and are committed to improving and revitalizing the area. So we're excited about this project. We're excited about craft beer in Virginia. I appreciate the opportunity to participate today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. President and council members. My name is Cheryl Grosswright. I'm the executive director of the Neighborhood Resource Center, an organization that serves the greater Fulton area of Richmond. And we are, I'm here really just to speak on behalf of our residents and to say that we are excited about Stone Brewery coming to our community. We are excited about the partnership that is before us. We are looking forward to hosting them tomorrow for lunch and tour and a community meeting in the evening. They are that anxious to talk with the community where they will find themselves a new home. And we just are looking forward to the opportunities that will bring to our neighborhood, bring to our residents, bring to the city of Richmond, certainly as a whole. The state of Virginia is going to benefit. So we'll all be better, and we think it's a win-win for all of us. So we really urge your passing of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Julie Ellen Sarver. I'm a resident of the Greater Fulton community. I'm also on the executive committee of the Civic Association and a past president of the Civic Association. I encourage you to support this investment in Greater Fulton, the East End, and in Richmond. The Greater Fulton community has suffered from a lack of investment for over 40 years, as you're all well aware. We have no grocery store, no school, no doctor's offices, few sidewalks, and even fewer jobs. Investment in this project will not only be a long overdue investment in our community, it will also be a catalyst for follow-on investment and jobs that will revive our community of Greater Fulton and provide services and economic development to the residents who need them so badly. Failure to invest in this project will not only scuttle this opportunity to invigorate the Greater Fulton community, it will also send a clear message to any other business or establishment who wants to locate on the East Coast. They will stay far, far away from Richmond if this is not passed. So I ask you to please pass this paper, and in doing so, you are recognizing this as an opportunity to make Richmond the city that it really aspires to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity to address City Council once again. My name is John Ondrock. I am a resident of the City of Richmond, residing in the St. John's Old and Historic District of Church Hill. I also work in the Greater Fulton community and am the COO of Fulton Hill Properties. Parker, I assure you our taxes are current. I encourage you and all members of council to support Ordinance 2014-218. I understand that the ordinance, as proposed, is part of a series of papers which will be introduced to allow the city, the Economic Development Authority, and Stone Brewing to fulfill understandings they and we have entered into. The opportunity for the community here is very simple. It's about growth, it's about change, and it's about revitalizing the East End. The opportunity is here to create jobs. The opportunity is here for sustained economic growth. The opportunity is here to create a partnership with an industry leader and to include Richmond in an international brand presence. It's free marketing. Tonight's proposed ordinance authorizes the city to begin this process. Yes, there are some things which are as yet unknown in some regards, and there are some things which are still in negotiation. However, this is a chance for the city and for Stone to come together and cultivate our region and our community, to celebrate our culture and the heritage in Greater Fulton. And this will bolster our potential as a city and our potential as an economic partner. Some things are still in negotiation, and the specifics are not available because those negotiations are sensitive. That's understandable in business relationships. I would also encourage you to allow the CAO to begin to work in good faith with Stone Brewing without a lot of exaggerated disconnection. Let's continue the conversations and work together. The speakers here tonight only represent a small fraction of our community-wide support. However, respected members of council, we cannot hope to finish this project if we do not begin. Please let us begin.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening, President Samuels, Ms. Robinson, members of council. I have spoken before in favor of the project, and I plan to not repeat that, just say the same thing. But I'd like to share with you about 40 years of experience that relate to things that are complicated, as this is going to be. When I was first I went on active duty in the Navy, I served in Special Projects Rep to the Special Weapons Program that created Polaris. I've had the privilege of sitting in on weekly meetings with Admiral Rayburn and the subsystem people and seeing PERT in 1959 for what it was in managing 5 subsystems and all of the interconnecting nodes on binary terminology and technology and the whole 9 yards. This project is no less complicated than that because it involves so many of you and so many nebulous parts of the city on 15 pieces of legislation. You got pieces of this piece of paper right here is probably the worst draft of an ordinance to get something done I've ever seen. For example, on page 5, if you would read something that's been a discussion tonight on real estate taxes, there is in here a real estate reimbursement grant that uses the same terminology that was used in the mosque. It has to do with real estate assessment on property not owned by the occupant. And there is an appropriation required of council to be made to the leasee, depending on how these values are calculated. But they are not set forth in this document as to how they're calculated, what the probable numbers would be, or any other probable effect of that. I'd like to see this fixed, and I don't know if you can do it in time to make the groundbreaking, because I think that's important. These people have a schedule to make, and it's all about money. I've listened to 2 exceedingly well-prepared and thought-out presentations on the company. This morning's newspaper talked about, will they fail to meet the obligation? In the face of the worst recession in probably 100 years, this company has done exceedingly well. And to question that at this point is absurd. The other part of it is that The area in which this property is located was part of a 1975 housing and urban development redevelopment plan, which was popular back then. The company I presently own was forcibly moved in July of 75 so that the property could be developed to create jobs, and we heard that. That property has sat idle for 45 years because Richmond Redevelopment and Housing Authority couldn't seem to get off the duff and make it happen. So let's not us get involved in that kind of a problem. We don't need to do that. These people have a good plan. They've got a good place for it. I was treasurer of Richmond Rec and Parks Association for 10 years. The whole time we were talking about how can we get the railroads off the river and develop into something people can use. This plan does that. We watched the
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Would you like to summarize?
Well, I just think that it's time that the city did the living best to put the best people it can in charge of working with them. There needs to be a single person responsible for the city's response. It's not the CAO. It's somebody more experienced in construction techniques and politics. So, thank you.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Carl Otto, OTTO.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Persinger.
My name's Silver Persinger. I live 0.6 of a mile from the proposed site. I live on 1200 block of Williamsburg Road. I just wanted to express my tentative support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Persinger. All right, seeing no other members of the public here to make comment, may I please bring it back to council for any further discussion? Mr. Blouse?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to say I understand the need for this process to get going. I'm a little concerned that in the last 48 hours, we've all of a sudden been met with a very aggressive deadline that wasn't mentioned previously. And I would ask if Mr. Neely could pledge his absolute commitment live on public television that will repeat twice a day for the next 2 weeks, that given the schedule that you outlined for us today, that this body will get all of the information that we need. It's been a little slow in coming, and if this deadline is going to be met with the urgency that you all say it needs to be met with, we can't have any hold-ups with any of the information, whether it's in a closed session, if it's privileged through negotiations, or an open session for the public to be able to witness how this deal is going to be structured.
Our commitment is to make sure that you have everything you need, all 9 members of the council, you have everything you need to make an informed vote on this.
Thank you.
Play it on public TV as many times as you want. We'll do it.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank the citizens again. I know you all sat through a very long finance meeting the other day, and you have proven endurance yet again, and I think that's very commendable. So thank you all very much for showing your support, not just by speaking, but staying throughout the duration of a very lengthy meeting. I am very much in support of Stone coming to Richmond, and I think it's fantastic when we can have a production facility that is going to produce an export product. You know, I don't think there are enough citizens in Richmond to drink 500,000 barrels of beer. Maybe one day we will see our population continue to get to the point where that might be the case. But to have an export product is something that every community and every economy wants to have. And I think that that's very important because those outside dollars will be coming back into Richmond and will add to our economy, our local economy. So I think that's a great thing. And I think it's interesting how we've got added benefits as a result. We've got a paper before us that deals with the wastewater. This company is going to be consuming a lot of water on a daily basis. And for a city with an old water infrastructure that has capacity, where we are selling to counties and selling to anybody who else wants to buy our water, I think it's fantastic to have a new customer that will consume a lot of water at the market rate. There's no discount on their consumption of water. So So there's no discount to this business for that. And I know that the water rates are something that are very important to our citizens. So hopefully that will show improvements in our consumer base. I do think as we move forward, it's critical that we allow the process to take hold so that council is comfortable, so that the public is comfortable. I know that the comment has been made numerous times about 15 ordinances, and that we just need to show a level of commitment to Stone so that Stone can begin proceeding. The two papers before council tonight are, from the count that I have from Mr. Neely, the fourth and fifth of 15 ordinances that require our approval. We had already done a special use permit, and we had vacated 2 right-of-ways, and had also authorized the use of some tobacco row funds for the EDA. Tonight's vote will be on the wastewater fee reduction for byproduct coming from breweries, and essentially that's a wash in terms of what the city is already spending money on, and I think that's great, and it'll be much more eco-friendly. And then the second item is the performance agreement. And earlier tonight, I think a lot of us were very concerned that the performance agreement outlines a number of other items, and that those items have an obligation for the city. And we still have to have confirmation of those additional items. And until we have those confirmation, the Stone project really, it's still a step forward, but it's not a completion. And I think supporting the performance agreements highlights what our economic community development staff have done in the agreement with Stone, but there are still some strategic issues that we have to address. And those will be coming forth. It's my understanding that there are 5 additional ordinances that are being introduced this evening for a vote in 2 weeks. That will be a total of 10 ordinances out of 15. And then I think there are a few after that. What I just want to make sure that as we move forward, given the deadlines that we hear from Stone, and also given council's commitment to move the project, but also our due diligence to support the citizens and the taxpayers, I think we will continue to have additional meetings to make sure that we're well informed, and that as negotiations continue with land acquisition, et cetera, that we're very much informed, so that we aren't on the dais learning about it. So with those stipulations, I'm very supportive of both of these ordinances.
Other comments?
One other real quick one, Mr. President.
Hello?
Can we go around and we'll come back to you, Mr. Beliles? Dr. Newbill?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Is Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson is there?
Yes, Mr. Jackson is here.
Okay. I am very much in favor and encourage us to move this paper forward. As having reviewed it, I can appreciate that we have companion papers that will come forward. But this paper itself would signal to not only Stone, but the community and the city that we're ready to embark upon the discussions that have been referenced throughout the meeting. In addition, in this particular paper, City Council must approve any of those companion papers prior to going forward, including the expenditure. And I just wanted to make sure Mr. Jackson was there so that he could confirm the verse and section in the paper that articulates that. So we are not precluded from performing our due diligence relative to the finances in any form or fashion, nor are we basically foregoing our ability to decision about those matters given what's articulated in the paper as is. So without being redundant with much that's been shared, again, I support this paper moving forward and our beginning our conversations with our new partner relative to the remainder of the items that have to be addressed to get this development into final condition and closure.
Thank you, Dr. Newbill. Mr. Jackson, did you catch all that?
Yes, Mr. President. I believe that the provision that Dr. Newbill is referring to is contained in Section 10.5. The primary provision is contained in Section 10.5 of the proposed agreement, which essentially requires that council take further action to appropriate funding that is necessary to carry out the project. Without that funding, this agreement and any other related agreements cannot move forward. And I believe, Dr. Newbill, that's the provision that you were referring to?
Dr. Newbill, is that what you were looking?
Yes, those are the items to which I referred, which I consider to be certainly from the council's perspective, at least in my humble opinion, safeguards to any concerns or the about our not having decisioning relative to companion papers, which are predicated on our doing due diligence on the finances and a host of other things. So, thank you, Ms. Allen and President Samuels.
Thank you, Dr. Newbill. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Ms. Mosby.
I just would like to say I concur with my council members. I never want to be sitting watching it later and saying, wow, I made an awful decision. So I want the public to know that we are really trying to do due diligence with this and trying to be as transparent as we can. It's really important to me, and I believe the rest of the council members, that we get it right. And so we're trying our best to get this thing right. So we will be asking the questions, and we will be getting the answers. Or things will not go as planned. But we hope that everything is going to go as planned, because it's going to go the way it needs to go for both the city and for Stone. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yeah, Ms. Graziano, we're going to go around. Yeah, Mr. Blas is itching over there. If none of us else talk, he can't speak.
Yeah, I guess everybody's going to say something, so I didn't want to go out of order. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say this is a really exciting opportunity for the city, not only to attract a major industry to the city, but also to have the opportunity to revitalize an entire area. As Ms. Bosby said, hopefully we will have smooth sailing after this first step, but I'm very much looking forward to working with Stone and for Stone to get the best we can for our community and our residents. Thanks.
Is he gone?
We got to go around, then you can go again.
Oh, so
Robertson.
He's had his take at it?
He's in the penalty box.
Oh. Didn't know that. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I want to thank the city staff for the diligence and the efforts to make this a reality for the city of Richmond. I realize this was quite a competitive venue for us to attract Stone to the city of Richmond. We want to welcome you for considering the city as part of this process. This entire performance agreement, I've had an opportunity to and have had to review it several times to make sure that I was clear as to what is in this agreement. I do look forward for the additional documents. I am concerned as to the terms and the conditions that will be included in the lease agreement. I certainly want to make sure that we do not make a similar mistake, obviously, that we've made, that we've discussed earlier this afternoon as it relates to the leaseholders agreement and the real estate taxes that will be paid as a part of this deal. But I do think that, as complicated as putting together these development deals and the financing and so forth that is involved in the process. There are still a lot of questions that needs to be answered and need to be made clear. I would like to say also that that this council has made a decision that we do want to have a special meeting just for the purpose of going through this entire agreement in a public way so that everyone will fully understand exactly what is involved in this agreement, as well as to give as much information as possible about future papers that are coming forward. It is important that the community understands everything that we understand in the process in a larger sense, and that the taxpayers have the benefit of the full knowledge of understanding as we have had over several opportunities to get this done. So we would like very much to welcome you and to continue to work with you as a community partner. And I look forward to supporting the papers that is before us and working and continue to work with you. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? All right, Mr. Blouse.
I was remiss. I wanted to thank the Stone crew for being here and being so accessible, and also that to Mr. Neely, that to Ms. Robertson's point, we will be willing to have special meetings as needed to get this done, to meet what needs to get done.
Thank you very much. I've just gotten late-breaking news that Dr. Newbill's phone may be running low on battery, so I'd like to call this question. Madam Clerk?
Council is voting on item number 23, ordinance number 2014-218. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelasto?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper has been adopted.
All right, wonderful. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you for coming last Thursday. Thank you for coming again tonight. You know, this would be a lot easier if you just lived here in Richmond. All right.
We have people ready to hire from Richmond.
I like that, too. Madam Clerk, I believe we have one more on the regular agenda.
That is correct. That is item number 39, resolution number 2014-R206, to amend the rules of procedure for the purpose of removing the requirement that nominees for appointment to authorities, boards, and commissions be present when council considers their appointment, and removing the requirement that nominees be appointed by resolution. That paper is before you.
All right. This is Ms. Graziano and Ms. Mosby's paper. Do you all want to give a brief introduction? Technically, you have 10 minutes, but less time would also be
all
okay.
All right. I will make this very brief. We have 65 or something boards and commissions.
73.
73?
So.
Okay, let's add some more to it. All right, we have 73 boards and commissions. I can only guess how many people we appoint in a year. But many of these boards remain with great vacancies for a long period of time, because once we identify, or once a person identifies themselves as someone who's interested in serving on this board, our average time through our process to get them on that board is 102 days. And so what this does is this makes it much less cumbersome for us to appoint a person to a board. It does pretty much what the surrounding counties do in terms of their appointments. The way it will work is the standing committees will review the applications just how they do today. They will approve them. They will go forward to council. Council will receive the applications forwarded by the standing committee. A council member will make a motion, council will take action and approve or not approve the applicant. And this process should probably take us somewhere around 38 days. So that's really my explanation.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mosby says Ms. Graziano's covered it. Are there any council questions? Yes, sir.
I just have one question, because we did get a presentation from Mr. Rawls about how to expedite the process, and he gave us various scenarios, and I'm not quite sure how the proposal here fit into those scenarios? Because I believe there was one that would expedite it to, I think, about 38 days. If we made a motion during a meeting to approve it and then had the person show up at the next council meeting, I might be misunderstanding the way that this paper and what was presented, how they relate to one another.
This does not require the person to be there. It does require a time limit. I can't, something like 30 days or something. I can't, maybe Mr. Rawls could, this is his plan, okay? This is a plan he presented to us. But the person who will be appointed does not have to be at that meeting, but has how much time to show up in the clerk's office and be sworn in?
I didn't specify that in my plan, but I mean, you could. I'm not sure. I mean, is it in the ordinance?
I think it was. I believe it was 30 days.
30 days to show up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Alexander Rawls,
before the next
Commissions Administrator.
So it's 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Does that answer your question?
It does slightly. I think when we discussed this at organizational development, I wasn't clear on this procedure.
Okay.
But
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
I think it answers the question. I think it does give me some pause, as I think, while we want to expedite the process, is making them not a requirement to come to council essential to expediting the process. I mean, it seemed to me that we had options where you could cut it from 102 days down to roughly the 39 days or something, as we would expedite it through committee and organizational development and then at council. And I'm just not quite sure. I think part of the challenge is the communication between the applicant and the city and the council and the committees. And I do feel that we could probably expedite it and still have their presence at a council meeting. And I'm not quite sure. Maybe Mr. Rawls can answer the question of what was the scenario under which they could still come before council. How many days were we talking at that point?
I haven't been heavily involved or really involved at all in the transition from my presentation to this ordinance this ordinance. But in my scenario, whether or not the applicant showed up did not change the amount of time that the process would take. It would take longer if you require them to be present and they are unable to show up. It will take longer. That's really the only difference.
So the only difference is the applicant's availability, essentially.
But then again, okay. You'd have to ask the sponsor. I haven't been.
I'd like to. Mm-hmm. For me, I wanted to change it because I did not want them coming to become a place of belittling. There was a moment when someone couldn't come, and it became a place of just over-the-top negativity. And so if it was possible that it could happen in a different way, for me, I was trying to do it a different way. I don't think that the process should mean that I have to endure being treated whatever because I can't be here. And so that moment for me said it needed to change.
If I could add to that, I think that many times a person comes down and these people are volunteering to serve on boards and commissions. They drive down here on a Monday night. If we have a big issue going on, their reward for driving down here and volunteering to be on a board or commission is to probably have to park 2 or 3 blocks away, walk over here, and sit in the chambers until we get tonight, till probably 10 of 7, so they could be appointed to a board. To me, this gives them the flexibility. They have 2 weeks. If they can come downtown at a less busy time, find a place to park, come in, get sworn in, and move on their way. And I personally don't see the necessity or me to see each person who's going to be on a board and commission to stand up and see what they look like. We've already decided whether or not we're going to put them on. What is the purpose of them being here? So that's my rationale.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rawls. Stay tight if you could, please, just in case there's any other questions. Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in opposition or support to this paper? Mr. Persinger, Mr. Magruder.
My name's Silver Persinger. I think this is really offensive. You know what the reason, Ms. Graziano, the reason for people to attend the meetings publicly and be recognized is public accountability, so the public knows who is being appointed to these commissions. You know, also, you're not only doing away with the person being present, you're doing away with the person being appointed by resolution at all. So there's going to be absolutely no public record that's easily accessible to the public to know who's even appointed to these 73 bodies. It's funny, Mrs. Mosby said she supported transparency in her comments about Stone. Well, this very proposed resolution does away with transparency. And my fear is that cronies are going to be put in these things. And when there's no opportunity for public comment, you say, oh, it's going to be a review just like it is at the committee meeting. Well, 7 or 8 years ago, you guys took away the public comment for appointments at committee meetings. And I don't know why, because it was resolution. There's public comment for every other resolution ordinance that's considered at the committee level. But you guys don't want to do that. This is to shield your cronies. I don't know what this is all about. Are you seriously getting rid of resolution so we can be like the counties? Why does the city want to be like the counties? Because they're efficient? Because those people have been in there 20 years? Because when you don't have the public involved in the process, things go so much faster? This is a problem with your process. That you guys are doing a horrible job, even though you've hired Mr. Rawls to straighten out your authorities, boards, and commissions process. You still don't have your map, or not your map, but your calendar of events for all these 73 public bodies. All these meetings are open to the public, yet the public has a hell of a time finding out when these meetings occur, and you guys don't make it easy, and you don't want the public there. Because public is a pain in your ass, and it drags out the process, and that's undesirable. Thank you very much, Ms. Graziano, Ms. Mosby. You are ruining the government. Ruining the government.
Mr. Magruder.
All right. I speak in opposition to this ordinance because when I was appointed to the GRTC and Transit Study Task Force in 2012, I made sure that I was present, not because I was supposed to be present to be appointed, but because I wanted to make sure that anyone who had any questions about my knowledge about public transit or anything that was relevant to the task force was able to question me. And then I was able to come here and defend myself and my experience and my knowledge. And I have no problem with that. And I think that anybody that wants to serve on any board and commission should have no problem coming up here, being accountable for the public. And if anybody has any questions about their experience, let them come up there and question their experience, and let that person who's being appointed come on down and defend their experience. That's basically what we do day in and day out. We go to work. Anytime we get a question from our boss about what we done did at work, we go ahead and we defend what we did, why we did it, and what we plan to do about it. So I don't see any difference, I don't see any difference from work or being here, that in terms of people having to come down and be accountable for their inexperience or experience in the boards and commissions they seek to serve on. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Rawls, I'd just like you to address one thing. Is there somewhere a calendar of the boards and commissions meetings?
There is. We've been working hard to update the website, and we have updated the website so that there is a calendar. If you go to the city clerk's website, click on boards and commissions, on the left-hand panel, You'll see home, calendar, next quarter vacancies, apply, current members, and about us. If you click calendar, it'll pull up a calendar of the month that you're in, and you can head to other months as well. And it shows different board and commission meetings that are planned, and the locations and the times. And we hope to make that even more accessible per each board, so maybe you could go to the board and see only that board's planned meetings. So that is available on the internet.
Hey, 3 clicks from the home page, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Any other discussion from City Council? Ms. Trammell.
Mr. President, I didn't consider some of the questions and some of the things that several speakers brought up here tonight, and I think I'm going to probably change my vote, because there are people that are on these boards that are paid. Is that correct?
For the Airport Commission,
personnel,
and Planning Commission, and maybe Richmond Retirement? And personnel, that's what I'm thinking of. And Housing Authority.
Yeah. So that
Housing Authority, I believe, is state created, though, and so is Airport Commission, just so you know. But we are the ones that make the appointment.
But that would exempt them, or would it? I mean, if we're going, they would not have to come here either, then, right?
That's correct.
And then we didn't have a time. Is it like 30 days or 2 weeks? Did we get that answer yet?
2 weeks. It would reduce it down. Go ahead.
They would have to, it would be the same way it is today. It would go through public safety. And then your committee would say, we think Mr. Persinger should be on whatever commission.
Okay.
And his name would be forwarded to organizational development like it is today. And everybody on organizational development would say A or nay, and then it would go to the next council meeting, and somebody would make a motion, and then it would happen.
So they would have to come to the committee. They just would not have to come down here that night to be.
Right, and we don't have them come to the committee presently anyway. I mean, as long as I've been on council, I don't think we've ever had the closest we've come to that. If there is a case, and this would apply in this too, if there's an instance where you have 2 or 3 people who are all very qualified for a position, then we've had interviews. And this would not do away with that process at all.
I was just concerned about the ones that are being paid, and then they don't have to come before us to be sworn in when they're getting taxpayers' dollars.
They have to be sworn in. They have 2 weeks to be sworn in.
I understand that, but I mean, they're not coming down here for us to know who they are, and they're being paid.
And I would answer. Thank you. I would just say, Ms. Chowell, that as long as I've been on council, maybe on 1 or 2 occasions, though I can't think of them, we've had somebody from the public speak against somebody that we think would be good on a board or commission. But to my knowledge, we've never interviewed a person who came down here. All they do is come down here, stand up, sit down. After all the appointments are read, they go to the back of the room and get sworn in.
All right, thank you.
Council President, to the point of members coming to the committee and having the conversation, I think often we see these applications come through. 9 times out of 10, the committee sits there and says, anybody got an idea who this person is? We look at these applications. We've never spoken to the person. We ask the council member from the district, do you know these people? Yeah, maybe half the time they do. Sometimes they don't. And you say, okay, well, what do you do then? And so these applications linger, not because we don't have an expedited process, but because we don't know who the people are and what they are qualified to do and how do we appoint them if we've never interviewed them. And at some points, we have multiple applications for a single vacancy. And I know from the Public Safety Committee that we've had them answer additional questions, and we've brought them in for interviews. And it's one of those of, hey, if we need to make a qualified decision, let us talk to these people. And then if we don't talk to them, and maybe sometimes we do talk to them and we still appoint them, we have somewhat of a difficult issue when you look at their record of attendance. We got some volunteers who just can't make it. And then what? We've got positions filled, but the boards are having trouble getting quorums. So, I mean, it's one of those where I think we do need to learn to be expeditious and to work to support our volunteers. But at the same time, I think we need to look at this perhaps a little bit more comprehensively so that we're making better decisions and can act on these a little bit sooner. I frankly would love for the applicants to be interviewed. I would love for the committees to say, we've got 10 of these applications for the committee to review. You take these boards and commissions. Let's create a city council liaison for each of our board and commissions so that we understand what's going on. We say that they're supposed to provide an annual report to us. Half the time, we don't know what the boards and commissions are doing. We don't know if they're even, in fact, meeting. And then, I showed up to one of them, and they were grateful to see council's presence at one of their meetings. We need to show support to our volunteers, not so much about expediting the process, but actually engaging them in meaningful ways. So, at this point, I think that this is a fix to a problem that is quite different than what the fix is trying to solve. And so I don't think I can support this tonight.
All right, any other comments? 1, 2, 3, 4. Dr. Newbill, anything from you?
No, Mr. President.
All right. Ms. Newbill must have found a charger. That being the case, I will say I struggle with this one myself, and I do tend to agree with Mr. Agilesta and Ms. Trammell. It is nice to have them come down here. And Mr. Persinger, I don't mean to leave you out, sir. It is nice to have the folks come down here. It is nice to, there is a sense of formality, a sense of ceremony that comes with it, even if it is brief. On the flip side, I do think it does help solve the problem of the time it takes to appoint to move this forward. The biggest thing for council in all this, Mr. Agilestis hit the nail on the head, is we have to make sure we know what our boards and commissions are doing, what our boards and commissions, when the reports come out, we actually get the opportunity to review them. We do our homework that we're expected to do as city council members. And I think that each of us makes a solid effort to do that. Although some of us pick specialties and some of us are all around, I think we all do make an effort to make sure that we know what's happening with each of our boards and commissions. I know I saw that with Sister Cities this earlier this fall when I saw a number of council people at the various events. Mr. Agilesta went above and beyond. I don't think they didn't see him at an event until the very end of the day. So with that being the case, I am going to reluctantly vote in favor of this, but I do think that it may merit future discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please call the
Council is voting on item number 39, resolution number 2014-R206. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelesto?
No.
Ms. Trammell?
No.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper has been adopted.
All right, I believe that ends our regular agenda, Madam Clerk. Have I missed anything?
Nope, that is correct. There are no more regular agenda items.
Thank you. May we please then move to motions to amend and continue?
Yes, I have two for consideration. The first being item number 31, resolution number 2014-R197, to amend the resolution concerning the Community Policy and Management Team for the purpose of modifying the terms of office for the parent and private organization representative. I will need a motion. I'm sorry, I'm thinking expedited. The proposed amendment to that paper is as follows. Page 2, line 15, after the word "the," strike the words Virginia Department of Social Services and insert the word Commonwealth. I will need a motion to accept the proposed amendment to that paper as presented. Councilman Beliles, will you make that motion? Council is voting on Councilman Beliles' motion to accept the proposed amendment to resolution number 2014-R197 as presented. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano? Aye. Ms. Mosby? Aye. Mr. Agelasto?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson? President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper is before you.
All right. Mr. Agelasto, was this your motion to amend this paper?
The original paper is mine, and the motion to amend came through after discussions with the city attorney. And essentially, they just wanted to make sure that the information was reflective for the licensed provider.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Agelasto?
But I need to check with the city attorney on something, because I thought that that this was going to be, that we were not striking the Department of Social Services, but we were actually inserting the Commonwealth of Virginia portion.
I don't quite know how to respond. The Commonwealth includes the Virginia Department of Social Services. It's more inclusive, which is why we wrote it in that fashion.
Okay. That's fine. If that's what the city attorney advises, then we will simply use Commonwealth.
That being the case, Ms. Robertson, do you have a? No. Okay. That being the case, are those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in favor or opposition to any of to this amendment? All right. That being the case, we're going to bring it back to council. We're voting to amend and continue, Madam Clerk.
Now that's you're actually going to vote on the paper as amended.
Okay. Please call the question.
Council is voting on item number 31, resolution number 2014-R197 as amended. Mr. Beliles?
Aye.
Ms. Graziano? Aye. Ms. Mosby? Aye. Mr. Agelasto?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper has been adopted.
Thank you. Is there one more?
There is one other motion to amend and continue. That's item number 69, ordinance number 2014-204, to authorize the CAO to execute a stadium use agreement between the city and Navigators Baseball LP for the purpose of using the diamond. The proposed amendment to that paper is as follows. Page 1, line 5, after the word agreement, insert a comma followed by the words as amended and another comma. Page 1, line 13, after the word agreement, insert a comma followed by the words as amended and another comma. Page 1, line 17, after the words of the, insert the words amended. I will need a motion to accept the proposed amendment to that paper as follows and to continue that paper to Monday, November the 10th. Councilman Agelasto, will you make that motion?
I'm not quite sure I'm prepared to make the motion. It's saying simply as amended, but there's quite a lot of changes here, and I haven't had a chance to really even look at it. So I'd rather not make the motion and probably abstain.
Councilwoman Graziano, will you make that motion?
Yes, Madam Clerk. So moved.
And is there a second?
Oh, I keep thinking this thing.
Council is voting on the proposed amendment to item number 69, ordinance number 2014-204, as read, and to continue the paper to Monday, November the 10th, 2014. Mr. Beliles? Ms. Graziano?
Aye.
Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelasto?
Abstention.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That motion has been adopted. That paper will be before you again on Monday, November the 10th.
Thank you very much. Do we have any motions to expedite? I believe 2.
That is correct. We do have 2. The first being resolution number 2014-R235. That's to approve an expenditure in the amount of $400 from the council district funds for the 8th District to pay Sal's Pizza for providing dinner at the October 16th, 2014 8th District meeting. I will need a motion for expedited consideration of that paper. Councilwoman Trammell, will you make that motion?
So moved, Madam Clerk.
Council is voting on expedited consideration of resolution number 2014-R235. Mr. Beliles? Ms. Graziano? Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelasto?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper is before you.
All right. Is there any questions about this from council members?
The funding?
All right. Seeing none, I'm going to open it up since it's expedited. I'm going to open. Mr. Agelas, looks like you maybe had a question.
This is district funds?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Are there any members of the audience tonight that wish to speak in support or opposition to this paper? Any of the four of you?
I'd just like to register my opposition to this paper and the next paper as well. I know they're both just feeding people at district meetings, but and my name is Silver Persinger, citizen of Richmond, Virginia, Fulton Hill. But my opposition is based on why is this coming through as expedited. Again, why expedited? These are routine matters. They should be handled in the regular process, introduced tonight, and handled at the next meeting. The excuse you guys always say, these vendors have been waiting 6 months to get paid. That's your fault. So pay your vendors on time, follow the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody wish to speak in support? Bring it back to council for any discussion. Madam Clerk, please call the question.
Council is voting on resolution number 2014-R235. Mr. Beliles? Ms. Graziano? Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelasto?
Aye.
Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper has been adopted.
All right, we got one more expedited consideration paper.
That is correct, and that is resolution number 2014-R236. That's to approve an expenditure in the amount of $400 from the council district funds for the 8th District to pay Sal's Pizza for the dinner to be provided at the November 20th 8th District meeting. I'll need a motion for expedited consideration for that paper. Ms. Trammell, will you make that motion?
So moved, Madam Clerk.
Council, and may I get a second? Oh, thank you. Council is voting on the motion for expedited consideration of resolution number 2014-R236. Mr. Beliles? Ms. Graziano? Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelasto? Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper is before you.
Are there those in the audience tonight that wish to speak in support or opposition to this paper? Mr. Persinger will note your objection to this paper as well for the expeditedness of it. Bring it back to council for any discussion. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the question.
Council is voting on resolution number 2014-R236. Mr. Beliles? Ms. Graziano? Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelasto? Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
That paper has been adopted.
Thank you. That being the case, I believe approval of the minutes is in order.
The minutes to be approved are for the September 29 Council Annual Retreat, October 6 Council Budget Retreat, and October 13th Informal and Formal Meetings. I need a motion to approve those minutes. Councilwoman Mosby, will you make that motion to approve the minutes? Council is voting on Councilwoman Mosby's motion to approve the minutes as presented. Mr. Beliles? Ms. Graziano? Ms. Mosby? Mr. Agelasto? Okay. Ms. Trammell?
Aye.
Ms. Newbill?
Aye.
Vice President Robertson?
Aye.
President Samuels?
Aye.
Thank you. Those minutes has been approved.
All right. Reports and announcements. Are there volunteers? Who has reports and announcements? Ms. Mosby does.
I can go.
Oh, yeah, actually, Ms. Mosby, would you mind if we started with Dr. Newbill so that she could
All right.
move on with her evening? Dr. Newbill, do you have any reports or announcements?
I have a community meeting on Wednesday, the 29th. Okay. It's been such a long day here, but Wednesday, the 29th at the East District Center, and would certainly encourage folks to come out. This is 701 North 25th Street.
Thank you very much, Dr. Newbill. And Dr. Newbill, if you need to go, we still have a quorum, so you can if you need to. All that's left is announcements and introduction of papers.
Thank you. I
I appreciate that.
Thank you, and congratulations again on your award this evening.
Thank you. I appreciate that as well.
All right. Ms. Mosby.
All right. I have a few announcements. I'd like everyone to please be reminded that the Metro Senior Fair will be held this Thursday, October 30th, at the Greater Richmond Convention Center. 9th District residents at the Chesterfield Square Apartments, you will be picked up via GRTC at 7:45 a.m. Please be ready. The 9th District Faith Leaders Roundtable meeting will be held at 3 p.m. on November 3rd at the Southside Social Services Building at 4100 Hull Street, Conference Room A. The 9th District Midlothian Team Meeting, chaired by Elma Moore, will be held on Monday, October 10th at 6 p.m. Please note the change in the regular meeting day due to the holiday. Leaf collection begins November 10th. I will be sending an email out to residents with the schedule. Please expect your 9th District end of the year holiday newsletter before Thanksgiving. We will not have a district meeting for either November or December, but will resume in the new year. As always, I'm concerned about your 9th District concerns, so you can contact me at michelle.mosby@richmondgov.com or my personal website, michellemosby.org.
We'll just write it.
I'm also both on Facebook and Twitter, and I can be reached at 646-2779 or 912-6465. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mosby. Ms. Trail and Mr. Agelasto, anything?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Our 8th District meeting is going to be November the 20th at 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock at the Satellite, 4000 block of Jefferson Davis. Everyone is invited to attend. If you have any questions, you can call my home at 233-7382 or my personal cell 240-5050. Do not call the office because I don't answer that phone. Also, this right here is your free smoke alarm. If you call 646-1526, that's 646-1526, the firefighters will come to your home or to your business, and they will install this smoke alarm for you for free. Please remember, these smoke alarms with a working battery will save your life. And you can go to your nearest fire station and ask them to please come to your home to set up an appointment so that they can install the smoke alarm for you for free. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Agelasto?
Yes, Council President. Councilman Hilbert had to leave earlier for personal reasons, and he asked that I give his announcements, and just bear with me as I read them. District activities: join the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Community Facilities for the Pop-In Art Harvest Festival on Friday, October 31st from 5 till 8 p.m. at Pine Camp Cultural Arts and Community Center. This adult-only event will allow you to explore your artistic side with a simple art project that can be completed in a short period of time. Please RSVP to Sean Cassell, 646-6722, or LaShawn, LASHAUN .Cassell, CASSELLE, at richmondgov.com by Wednesday, October the 29th. Pine Camp also has a harvest festival for all residents on the same evening from 6 to 8 p.m. There will be games, crafts, pizza for the kids, and, of course, candy. Pine Camp is a wonderful treasure in our district located at 4901 Old Brook Road. Voter IDs. As of July 1st, 2014, it is the law that a photo ID is required for voting. Acceptable forms of ID include valid Virginia driver's license, DMV photo ID, valid U.S. passport, valid employee ID, valid government issue photo ID, valid college or university ID from a Virginia institution. If you do not have a photo ID, you are able to get one from the registrar's office at no charge. The office is located on the first floor of City Hall on the 9th Street side. If you would like to be on Chris Hilbert's email list to receive district announcements, please send your address to Lisa Towns at Lisa, LISA.Towns, TOWNES, at richmondgov.com, or call her 804-646-6055. If you are contacting Chris via email, please be certain you are using his City of Richmond email, which is chris.hilbert@richmondgov.com. The Education and Human Services meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, November 19th at 5 p.m. in Council Chambers. The United Methodist Family Services will be presenting. Nancy Toscano will be discussing the strategy and organizational improvement systems of care grant that was a regional initiative. She'll also be giving us an update on their plans to expand their facility on Broad Street. There will be a report on Aging and Disability Advisory Board. There will also be a Department of Social Services update and quarterly report by Mr. Tom Fitzpatrick of the Department of Social Services. He's serving as Chief Deputy Director. As for my announcements, going on what Chris was talking about with the voter IDs, we do have an election coming up prior to our next council meeting, and I, like all of my colleagues, encourage residents to get out and vote. Please make sure you do some research on the candidates. You want to know what they stand for and how they're going to support you as a citizen, as your elected representative. Also, be aware that there is on the ballot this year a constitutional amendment. And I know constitutional amendments, people often don't really learn about them before they go in to vote. And there is a constitutional amendment that addresses veterans and their spouses if they have been disabled or killed in service, and tax exemption for their real estate property taxes. So please learn about the proposed amendment to the state constitution. We have Rebuilding Together is still working to accept applications for the Swansboro community, and the deadline is fast approaching on November the 1st. In order to be eligible, you must live in the Swansboro neighborhood, be a homeowner, must be 55 or older or disabled, and have a household income under $25,000. We've been receiving a lot of applications, and we thank those who have submitted, and also to the various organizations that have decided to sponsor one of the Rebuilding Together homes this year. We're very fortunate for that, and very fortunate that one of them was just completed with Hands-On Day. So we thank our partners there. On Monday, November the 3rd, the Hull Street Midlothian Civic Association will meet at 7 p.m. at Koinonia Christian Church at 3700 McGrand Street. On Tuesday, November 4th, the Uptown Civic Association will meet at 6 p.m., and the location is yet determined. Please email me or send me a message on social media if you need directions to that meeting. We are still collecting in our offices people who are going to support our Turkeys for Touchdowns initiative that goes to provide a Thanksgiving gift basket to families in the city, primarily the 5th District, for every touchdown that our George Wythe High School Bulldogs score. And I was out at the school last week, and they have scored 25 touchdowns this year, including one win, which is wonderful for our Bulldogs to have a win, and we're very proud of them. But if you're interested in donating a turkey, please contact Ida Jones at 804-690-7339. I also just want to give one thank you to Capital One for their generosity with George Wythe High School. Last week, we dedicated the new redesign of their library with 70 new computers and furniture in the library, as well as a career and college readiness center. And that is a fantastic contribution that Capital One gave. It was about $100,000 worth of improvements at George Wythe High School, so a special thanks there. And then there's an important exhibition that's opening tonight at the Library of Virginia. And many of us, for more than a year, have been talking about Richmond's slave heritage and the importance of Shockoe Bottom and the history, and telling that story as a critical component of the future of our city, and getting our young kids to understand the history of slavery and the role Richmond played in that, particularly with the auctions. And the Library of Virginia is hosting an exhibition that opened tonight called To Be Sold, Virginia and the American Slave Trade. And it's going to be open until May 30th, and it's a free exhibition. The hours are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and it's a very powerful exhibition. It's a groundbreaking exhibition. There are paintings of actual slave auctions happening in Richmond by a European artist who happened to be visiting here, and there's a lot of testimony of what it was like going down Wall Street. And for those who want to learn more about Richmond's history, please visit the Library of Virginia. It's a powerful exhibition, and I want to thank Sandra Treadway and particularly the curator, Maury McGinnis, for bringing this to Richmond so that we can tell that story. Finally, please follow us on social media. We often post updates, and you can learn a lot about what's going on in the 5th District. And my email address for anybody who needs to reach out is Parker, Parker, .agelasto, AGELASTO, @richmondgov.com. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Agelasto. Ms. Robertson? Everyone's gone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few announcements. First of all, we're having a meeting on November the 8th at the Richmond Time-Dispatch office to discuss some special use permits that are coming up in the district. One of them is on 4th Avenue, Hampton Hope House, which is an organization that provides short-term housing for women that are coming out of the DOC system, and they're seeking a special use for 4th Avenue. The other one is St. Elizabeth, used to be St. Elizabeth Old School, is looking at building additional elderly housing on Fort Greene Lane. And there is a daycare center at 3200 Utah Place that is looking for a special use permit for the children that are being kept out of a private home there. There are a couple of other special use permits that are in the process that may be ready at that time, but we want to invite folk out to this meeting to discuss these special use permits in the district on November the 8th from 10 to 11:30 at the Richmond Time-Dispatch. And on Wednesday, October the 27th, there will be a special meeting at the Firehouse on Meadowbridge Road in regards to a safety overlay zone that is being created to address the excessive loitering and crime concerns that the business owners and residents have in the Meadowbridge Quarter area. So that meeting will be Wednesday, October 27th at the Firehouse from 1 to 2 o'clock. And I also would like to remind the citizens of the 6th District to participate in the Council's Senior Festival, which is an event that is sponsored by Council for all districts throughout the city at the Greater Richmond Convention Center that's been mentioned earlier this afternoon from 9 to 1 o'clock on October the 30th. There is one other meeting that I think that is important that we mention. The city administration is having a special meeting where they are accepting applications for the use of funds in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. They have determined a timeline for those applications to be received by the close of business, I think, on November the 18th, which is about roughly less than a month to give the development community an opportunity to put in applications. That meeting is currently being scheduled for tomorrow, Tuesday, on the 5th floor conference conference room at 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. Anyone who's interested in putting in an application to use the funds in the Affordable House Trust Fund should attend this meeting and get more detailed information as to the use of the funds and what types of applications qualify for the fund. And if you have any questions in regards to this meeting, I would appreciate it if you would give my office a call. I apologize for the lateness of the notice. Hopefully, the administration has done the due diligence of getting this announcement out to the greater Richmond community. The office number is 646-7964. You may also send me a communication by email at ellen.robertson, ROBERTSON, at richmondgov.com. My cell number is 314-7658. And you may also send an email to my associate. His name is Michael Winborn, and his email address is michael.winborn, WINBORNE, at richmondgov.com. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Did anyone forget anything? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, on Tuesday, October 28th, tomorrow, the Robinson Street Association will be meeting at 6 p.m. at Retreat Hospital, located at 110 North Robinson Street. Also on Tuesday, October 28th, the Carver Area Civic Improvement League will be meeting at 7 p.m. at VCU's Carver Community Center, located at 1103 Marshall Street. So if you'd like to follow me around the better part of the 2nd District, come on over and hitch a ride, and I'll take you all over the place. On Thursday, October 30th, Richmond City Council will be hosting our 2nd annual Richmond Metro Senior Fest from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Greater Richmond Convention Center, located at 403 North 3rd Street. This is a free event. It's being held for all Richmond and surrounding county seniors age 55 and older, caregivers, and people with disabilities. The event will feature over 40 information and resource booths and will include a free continental breakfast, lunch, parking, entertainment, as well as activities to go with all the information you can receive. A week later, on Wednesday, November 5th, the Scott's Addition Business Association will be meeting at 8:30 a.m. at Riverside Pace, McTavish, which is located at 1300 McTavish Avenue. I hope to be there to congratulate them on a wonderful Boulevard Pumpkin Festival this past weekend. On Monday, November 3rd, the Fan District Association will be holding their regularly scheduled board meeting at 7 p.m. at the Fan District Association building, located at 208 North Strawberry Street. For those residents who live in the 2nd District that also coincide with living in the 4th Police Precinct, the Richmond Police Department will be holding its 4th Precinct 2014 Problem-Solving Workshop on November 22nd from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Linwood Holton Elementary School, 1600 West Laburnum. Please come out and participate in joint training with the 4th District police officers. My understanding is the Chief of Police, representatives from all the different RPD divisions throughout the city, as well as other city agencies will all be in attendance. I hope you'll come out and address your neighborhood concerns and walk away with some real solutions. Breakfast and lunch will both be provided. If you would like to go to that, please RSVP to this event. You can RSVP to Lieutenant Andrew Walters. That's Andrew Walters at richmondgov.com, or you can call him at 646-4721. 646-4721. I want to wish everybody a safe and happy Halloween. Please make sure that you behave accordingly, and I look forward to seeing you out there on the 31st in your favorite costume. Madam Clerk, would you please read the introduction and new papers?
Mr. President, the introductions of the papers for this evening are as follows. Ordinance number 2014-227 to amend capital budget for fiscal year 2015 to modify the purpose of the Meadow and Harrison paving project to provide that such projects consist of the asphalt restoration of Meadow and Harrison Street and the repavement of other streets in Meadow and Harrison Uptown neighborhood. Planning Commission meeting November the 3rd at 1:30 p.m. Council public hearing November the 10th. Ordinance number 2014-228 to amend capital budget for fiscal year 2015 by $23 million for the purpose of making an appropriation to the EDA to develop and manage a building to house the operations of Kutenwager's Brewing Company, DBA Stone Brewing Company. Planning Commission November the 3rd at 1:30 p.m. Council public hearing December the 8th. Ordinance number 2014-229 to amend Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 4 of the City Code for the purpose of establishing a goal that employees be compensated at a comparable rate of compensation for employees in the public sector of the metropolitan area and similar occupations. Organizational Development Standing Committee, November the 3rd at 5 o'clock p.m. Council public hearing, November the 10th. Ordinance number 2014-230 to repeal City Code Section 14-13 concerning the relation of application for certain permits to the city's master plan for the purpose of reflecting amendments to the Virginia Code. Land Use, Housing, and Transportation Standing Committee, November the 18th at 3 o'clock p.m. Council public hearing, December the 8th. Ordinance number 2014-231 to amend General Fund fiscal year 2015 budget to transfer and to appropriate $65,000 to EDA of Richmond so that the authority can make a grant facilitate the retention of White LLC facilities at 1211 Sherwood Avenue. Finance and Economic Development Standing Committee, November the 20th at 3 o'clock p.m. Council public hearing, December the 8th. Ordinance number 2014-232 to authorize the CAO to execute a cooperation agreement between the city and the EDA of Richmond for an economic development grant to facilitate the retention of White LLC facility at 1211 Sherwood Avenue. Finance and Economic Development Standing Committee, November the 20th at 3 o'clock p.m. Council public hearing, December the 8th. Ordinance number 2014-233 to authorize the issuing of general obligation public improvement bonds in the maximum amount of $23 million and the making of the appropriations to the city EDA to finance capital expenditures for the purpose of promoting economic development. Finance and Economic Development Standing Committee, November the 20th at 3 o'clock p.m. Council public hearing, December the 8th. Ordinance number 2014-234 to amend and reordain Chapter 2, Article 5 of the City Code for the purpose of establishing a Maggie L. Walker Initiative Citizens Advisory Board. Governmental Operations Standing Committee, November the 20th at 5 o'clock p.m. Council public hearing, December the 8th. Ordinance number 2014-235 to rezone 1829 and 1831 West Carey Street from single and two-family urban residential district to urban business district. Planning Commission, December the 1st at 1:30 p.m. Council public hearing, December the 8th. Ordinance number 2014-236 to close two alleys in the blocks bound by Porter, West 12th, Bainbridge, and West 13th Streets. Planning Commission, December the 1st at 1:30 p.m. Council public hearing, December the 8th. Resolution number 2014-R237 to encourage and support participation in the Love Lights program with the display lasting until January 1, 2015. Education and Human Services Standing Committee, November 19th at 5 o'clock p.m. Council public hearing, December the 8th. Resolution number 2014-R238 to authorize the issuing of general obligation public improvement refunding bonds in a maximum principal amount of $62.8 million to refund all or portions of certain general obligation bonds previously issued by the city. Organizational Development Standing Committee, November the 3rd at 5 o'clock p.m. Council public hearing, November the 10th. Resolution number 2014-R239 to support a request to the General Assembly of Virginia for redistricting reform. Governmental Operations Standing Committee, November the 20th at 5 o'clock p.m. Council public hearing, December the 8th. Resolution number 2014-R240 to approve an expenditure of $484 from council district funds to pay Sister Delight LLC catering service provided at the September 2004 9th District meeting. Council public hearing, November the 10th. Resolution number 2014-R241 to amend various resolutions which designate which council members should serve on the Standing Committee of Council for the purpose of appointing a council member to serve on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Oversight Board. Council public hearing, November the 10th. Resolution number 2014-R242 to appoint Roger L. Bovee as a member of the Audit Committee. Council public hearing, November the 10th. Resolution number 2014-R243 to appoint Denise D. Cooper as a member of the Citizen Advisory Commission on Alternatives to Incarceration. Council public hearing, November the 10th. Resolution number 2014-R244 to appoint Brian K. Jackson as a member of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Oversight Board. Council public hearing November the 10th. Resolution number 2014-R245 to appoint Cindy Ashwell Mims as a member of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Oversight Board. Council public hearing November the 10th. Resolution number 2014-R246 to appoint Maya Simpkins as a member of the Citizen Advisory Commission on Alternatives to Incarceration. Council public hearing November the 10th. Mr. President, that concludes all of the introductions.
Thank you very much. Deputies, I want to thank you all for being here tonight. We appreciate you sticking through to the very end for our health and safety. Ladies and gentlemen, unless there's any other business, this meeting is adjourned.
Well, just about 4 hours from the time we got started. We had a late start tonight because they had a closed session that covered quite a few things. And you may have noticed tonight, Dr. Newbell, well, she was here, but she wasn't here. She was away receiving an award, so she was, and it's allowed now, she was here present by telephone. So she was able to hear what was going on, able to have her input as well. So that, she said it's the first time we've had that happen, but it gives them, if someone has to be out of town, has to be away, they can still take part in the meeting and have their voice heard. So, we got started just about 6:30. Appointments and resolutions, awards and presentations, agenda review, consent agenda. It didn't take that long. It took 17 minutes before that was approved by a 9-0 vote. Citizens comment period came up. That took about 20 minutes, and then we got into the regular agenda. The first item was transferring $1.750 million to a new item to make a grant to Virginia Performing Arts Foundation. That one took a while. We had people speaking for and against here. It took an hour and 5 minutes. We had 5 people against it, 1 person for it. The vote was Councilman Angelasco moved to continue the paper. That one did not go. That was defeated by a 7-2 vote. And then when the actual vote came, that passed by a 7-2. The two voting against were Councilmembers Angelasco and Hilbert. So 1 hour and 5 minutes that took. Then we got to the one talking about the stone, we call it the stone brewing paper agreement. That took 50 minutes before it was finally approved. There was a presentation made beforehand. We had 7 people speaking in favor of that. Nobody spoke against it. It approved unanimously. Then we got to what was next? The requirement that appointees. This would remove the requirement that appointees must be present when they are voted in, and they don't need to be voted in by resolution. That one took a little while back and forth, but finally passed by a 6-2 vote. The two dissenting votes were from Councilmembers Angelasco and Trammell. Then we got to the amendments and continuations, the expedited consideration, approval of minutes, report from the council, introduction of papers, and that's it for tonight. Now we'll be back again 2 weeks from tonight on November 10th. So back again in 2 weeks. That'll be the only meeting in November and 1 meeting in December. Then we'll have to see what happens after the first of the year. So we'll see you again in 2 weeks on November 10th. For Gavel to Gavel, I'm Jay Carmen saying good night.